Chapter 22-21. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. We believe in you. Do you think anyone will believe in you? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. I believe in him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a delicate voice echoed. Under countless gazes, Lu Susu walked towards Lin Ling. As she walked, she said, "This land belongs to him. He is the true realm lord. Because I feel that the land of my hometown is overjoyed because of his return. He is our king. I believe in him too." Those who were kneeling stood up one after another. These warriors were all emotional and had tears in their eyes. From Lin Ling's words, they saw the strong young man of the past. It was this young man who led them and made a name for themselves. Lord Lin Ling, Starry Sky Left Court Palace, return. Yes. Lord Lin Ling, Blazing Right Court Palace, return. Yes. These two palaces were Lin Ling's left and right hands. Many of them had followed Lin Ling since he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Pack! 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 They walked towards Lin Ling in an orderly manner, shocking the world. Did no one believe in Lin Ling? Did everyone abandon Lin Ling? However, they believed that they would still follow Lin Ling. All of you are crazy. Yes. Sun Yu Wushuang and Yu Wushuang were furious. Before this, no one believed Lin Ling, but now, they did, and quite a few of them. His eyes can't fool anyone. Lu Susu said as she walked. Looking at the black-robed Lin Ling, her heart was moved. This was her man. Thank you. I said that I will protect you. I did in the past, now, and in the future. Lin Ling looked at Lu Susu emotionally. In fact, he didn't care if everyone abandoned him. Even if he walked alone in the dark, he wouldn't feel lonely. As long as he had family and friends in his heart, it was enough. Yes, the real Lin Ling would never abandon me. Lu Susu finally smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. No matter how Lin Ling treated her, she didn't care. Because she had said that she would protect him. That was enough. Now, you still dare to say that no one believes me? Retracting his smile, Lin Ling coldly looked at the mysterious young man in the sky. The young man's face was a little ugly. He originally wanted to see Lin Ling get abandoned, but the result was beyond his expectations. There are so few of you. You can't compare to me. The blue-robed young man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people in front of him. I've said it before. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. So, you have one more chance. Now, stand in line. A threat. This was a strong threat. One could imagine that if they still did not choose a team, then what awaited them would be a massacre. However, this threat was quickly met with mockery. Still, no one believed Lin Ling's words. I believe you. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Looking carefully, it was actually the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, Lin Ling's former enemy, was also the legend of Yungu Immortal platform. But from a certain point of view, she was also Lin Ling's grand disciple because her master was Yungu Martial God. But now, she actually believed Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, do you want to betray the sect? The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky suddenly shouted. This Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wanted to humiliate him. I don't dare. It's just that I'm too familiar with the real Lin Ling. Although he kills decisively, in his life, he has never killed an innocent person, let alone his family and friends. Only his enemies think of him as a killing god. But you have killed too many innocent people for fun. So, I feel that you are not like Lin Ling. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother walked out step by step, looking at the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky. Very well, you will be the first to die later. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. I also believe in him. Another person walked out. It was the former Fire Clan Emperor, Hua-ao, and beside him was Princess Wuxia. Hua-ao smiled faintly and said, Blue-robed Lin Ling, although your strength seems stronger than the black-robed Lin Ling, the real Lin Ling is not afraid of any strong enemy. His strength is not as good as yours, but he dares to face you. So, I believe that he is Lin Ling. I also believe in the black-robed Lin Ling. Maybe it's because I believe in the death god. More people walked out. They were the stone deities of Xianhuang Dayu. Acquaintances, brothers and friends who had fought side by side in the past, they all walked out. In an instant, the two sides formed two great forces. Of course, the blue-robed Lin Ling's side was stronger because there were experts from the Ghost Clan, Deity Clan, and Devil Clan on his side. As for the human experts, they still didn't know who the real Lin Ling was, but it was obvious that the blue-robed Lin Ling was stronger. So, they followed the blue-robed Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the people who walked over, and his heart warmed. These were friends, brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. In the past, we lived and died together, and it's still the same today. Mistress Shui Wu and the others looked at Lin Ling and said. This was also a gamble, and if they lost, then everyone would die. Ha ha ha, you are all so foolish. Follow me and you will enjoy a boundless future, but follow the fake. You should know what the consequences are. At this time, the blue-robed Lin Ling laughed wildly. Only death awaits them. Workings Ri and Yu Wushuang laughed gloomily as well. When they saw how confident they were, the others behind them roared with laughter as well. It was like they were watching the annihilation of the black-robed Lin Ling and the others. How interesting. Another Lin Ling has actually appeared. Meanwhile, ghastly winds blew, and then an enormous coffin smashed down. A pale-faced man sat on the coffin while a large number of ghosts fluttered around him. The Heavenly Coffin Grand Emperor. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was one of the 4 ghost emperors of the Ghost Clan, and he was an ancient titan. Ha, Lin Ling, I was just passing by and wanted to watch the show. However, you should be able to deal with your clan's problems, right? The man on the coffin smiled faintly. His words were actually an admission that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd flickered. An ancient titan had admitted it, so it was definitely not fake. It's just a small matter. I'm just regretful that many of my former comrades will die today. The blue-robed Lin Ling shrugged. He was obviously referring to Mistress Shui Wu and the others. Today, they would all die. That's good. Let me see how capable this fake fellow is. The man said again. He's just trash. The blue-robed Lin Ling shook his head and finally looked at the Lin Ling. Let's fight. Let's see who is the real Lin Ling and who is the trash. Bang! Along with his voice, a terrifying aura swept out, shaking the entire rainforest's sacred land. Everyone saw the gigantic god and demon standing in the sky, as if they were indomitable. Chapter 22-22. Omnidirectional Suppression, Sword, Come. The blue-robed Lin Ling bellowed again. His ancient sword buzzed, causing a black hole to appear in the sky. It was full of spatial cracks. Moreover, there were white flames burning around his body. It was very cold. This was the underworld flame. At this moment, he had once again proved that he was Lin Ling. All of his techniques were extremely shocking and even terrifying. Even the eyes of the Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor narrowed. The blue-robed Lin Ling was really strong. He was definitely the real deal. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's strength has reached the rank 9 martial emperor realm. He has more than 150 million laws and his space and fire laws are not weak. On the ground, Lord Shu Wu and the others looked solemn as they warned. In fact, although they believed that the person in front of them was Lin Ling, the blue-robed youth in the sky was too terrifying. His techniques were exactly the same as Lin Ling's. The real can't be fake and the fake can't be real. Lin Ling said indifferently as he flew towards the sky. Loser, come and fight me. Looking at Lin Ling rushing towards him, the blue-robed Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The space laws formed a black line that cut through everything. This time, the blue-robed Lin Ling is obviously serious. That imposter will definitely not be able to block it. Many people secretly said. They knew that it was time to end everything. Looking at the identical sword technique, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. However, he was not surprised because he knew that it was the power of the realm origin energy. It used the realm origin energy to form the space laws and even the fire laws. This method could deceive others, but if it wanted to deceive Lin Ling, who came from the martial god realm, it was impossible. Great creation. Lin Ling also slashed out with his sword, forming a collision of spatial laws. It was like a collision of lightning. You're quite capable. You're more powerful than before. Looks like you've been hiding your strength. However, you're still too weak for me. Heavenly law. The blue-robed youth stretched out his left hand. A white flame jumped and formed the scene of the 9 serenities hell. Enter reincarnation. The heavenly Tao reincarnation had appeared, sealing everything away. This was clearly Lin Ling's signature fire attribute martial arts. Rumble. There were space laws in front of him and fire laws in the sky. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. Rumble. Incomparable fire element laws shrouded Lin Ling, dragging Lin Ling into the 6 paths reincarnation. Furthermore, the terrifying 6 paths reincarnation enveloped Lady Shu Wu and the others, dragging them into the 6 paths reincarnation as well. Obviously, they had made the wrong bet. How pitiful. You can't even differentiate between your own adults. Serves you right for entering the cycle of reincarnation. The crowd shook their heads when they saw this scene. At this point, they could already tell that the battle was over. No matter how they looked at it, the fake Lin Ling was no match for the blue-robed Lin Ling. 150 million Yellow Springs flame laws is indeed powerful. The heavenly coffin emperor narrowed his eyes and said. On the ground, the faces of Lady Shu Wu, Lu Susu, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother changed. Then, they exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had indeed made the wrong bet. Regardless of whether the bet was wrong or not, I believe that he is Lin Ling. All I can say is that the blue-robed youth is stronger. Since we've lost the bet, let's follow Lord Lin Ling. Those people did not resist at all. They just stood there quietly, allowing the 6 paths reincarnation in the sky to suck them in. They were willing to accept their loss. However, at this moment, the huge 6 paths reincarnation in the sky suddenly stopped spinning. Moreover, an indifferent voice drifted out, "You don't have to follow me. I'm still alive, so you won't die either." Following that cold shout, another flame reincarnation appeared in the flame reincarnation in the sky. Moreover, that flame reincarnation was constantly expanding. With an unstoppable force, it crazily devoured the first 6 paths reincarnation. This scene caused the rainforest's sacred land to fall silent. This was reincarnation against reincarnation. Rumble. In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. Under countless gazes, the first 6 paths reincarnation exploded and was absorbed by a new reincarnation. At the same time, a black-robed figure walked out faintly. "This is your reincarnation. Too weak." "Yes." That person was none other than the black-robed Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically. In fact, he came from the martial god realm, so he could easily control the laws of this realm. Moreover, he was above everyone. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually break his law martial technique? This country bumpkin was too strange. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had returned from the martial god realm, he would not be so surprised. You're no match for me when it comes to playing with fire. Yes. In the sky, Lin Ling stepped out step by step. Seeing this, Lord Watermist and the others became excited. Lin Ling had won the Battle of the Yellow Springs Flame. As for the two battle monarchs, Sun and Moon Wushuang, they were a little worried. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real one? You have some skills. It seems that I've underestimated you. Ha! At this moment, the blue-robed youth laughed wildly. Until now, he still did not take Lin Ling seriously. In fact, the reason he had pretended to be Lin Ling was for fun. Moreover, after meeting the real Lin Ling, he had even thought of making fun of him. The reason he had come here was because he had been invited by the Sun Divine Nation. That was because the Sun Divine Nation was originally a citizen of the martial god realm. They had just been demoted. To him, the Sun Divine Nation was just a branch of his race. Moreover, he had an even more important reason for coming here. He had come for Grandma Wan. However, so what if you're good at playing with fire? The real Lin Ling is not only good at the Tao of fire. Ha! The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling also smiled and retracted the 6 paths of reincarnation. This action shocked countless people. Because Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation was very strong, Lin Ling should have used his strongest move to defeat his opponent. However, Lin Ling had actually retracted his flames. What are you doing? The blue-robed Lin Ling also furrowed his brows. Lin Ling did not speak. He looked at Lu Susu and the others on the ground and sighed softly. To prove it, and also to repay their trust. So? The blue-robed Lin Ling asked suspiciously. I'm going to crush you in every field and tell them that I'm the real Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but it also carried a strong sense of pride. His body swept towards the blue-robed Lin Ling. At this moment, he finally revealed his abilities. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was all over. This was his world. No one was allowed to behave atrociously here. God Fiend. A roar came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The real God Fiend body finally appeared behind him. It was as if it could swallow mountains and rivers, and the God Fiend roared. So you're playing close combat. However, you're too confident in yourself. Chapter 22-23. Get what you want, do whatever you want, boom. He also unleashed his godly demon body. 2 gods and 2 demons collided in an earth-shattering collision. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. The things I've seen are beyond your imagination. The blue-robed Lin Ling shouted coldly. He didn't believe that a martial artist from a small world could shake him. This was a joke. Boom. However, he knew that this wasn't a joke in the next moment. His fist had just collided with Lin Ling's fist, but his fist was instantly shattered. His bones also made cracking sounds. His entire arm was crippled. What a powerful force. The blue-robed Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. God's palm. However, before he could react, a palm that seemed to cover the sky overbearingly and landed on his face. It directly knocked out his teeth and bent his chin. As for the palm that collided with Lin Ling's, it was directly destroyed. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a violent god of war, destroying everything in his path. Boom! When Lin Ling kicked out fiercely, the blue-robed Lin Ling smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Seeing this, everyone in the rainforest's holy land felt their hearts explode. Berserk, truly berserk. That was the true godly demon body. Countless eyes stared at the black-robed Lin Ling in the sky. At this moment, their hearts trembled as if they were looking at the king of godly demons. Boom! However, at this moment, the ground rumbled and a figure quickly shot into the sky. It was the blue-robed Lin Ling. However, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Although he had suffered a heavy blow earlier, with his strength, he could obviously recover from that kind of injury quickly. However, the injury in his heart from the humiliation could never be healed. He was a genius of the martial god realm, but he was humiliated by a country bumpkin. Lin Ling, does it hurt? While he was furious, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He had personally called the blue-robed youth Lin Ling. Of course, this was obviously a form of sarcasm. I will kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling's face was extremely ferocious. He was actually injured by an ant from the lower realm. This was a huge humiliation. If you want to kill me, then come at me, trash. Lin Ling laughed again and returned the word trash to him. After he finished speaking, he didn't waste any more time and shot towards his opponent. His god-demon body once again erupted with a terrifying power. After cultivating in the martial god world, Lin Ling's celestial devil physique had reached the 8th grade divine rank, and his strength had reached 1,000 universes of force. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling, although he had imitated Lin Ling's fiend god physique, he had only imitated Lin Ling to the level before he went to the martial god world. Therefore, in terms of physical strength, he was no match for Lin Ling. Rumble. All of a sudden, the blue-robed Lin Ling was like a sandbag, being ruthlessly beaten by Lin Ling. From the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. That earth-shattering collision caused everyone to widen their eyes, especially the two battle monarchs, unparalleled sun and unparalleled moon. Their mouths were agape. This was because the blue-robed Lin Ling that they looked up to was being completely abused. At this moment, they were suddenly afraid. If the blue-robed Lin Ling died, then their fates would be extremely miserable. Flames and physical strength, he was completely defeated. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling is the real deal? In the distance, the heavenly coffin great emperor frowned and said, "Enough." At this moment, the blue-robed Lin Ling shouted angrily and frantically retreated. He had never thought that he would lose to Lin Ling in both domains. "I will kill you with this sword." An ancient sword appeared in his hand, and he gathered all the spatial laws, turning it into the most dazzling sword, and slashed towards Lin Ling. Whoosh! Just as the sword slashed out, the sky was instantly split into two. It was so terrifying. Seeing this, the two battle monarchs were filled with anticipation. This sword should be able to turn defeat into victory. Kill me. You are too confident. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Around the sword, spatial laws roared. His realm essence had been converted by 20%, causing his laws to be much stronger than before. This is not confidence, but your fire martial way and godly demon body are very powerful, but they can't kill me. I only need one sword to kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling let out a low shout. At this moment, his aura quietly changed. It was as if he was no longer pretending to be Lin Ling, but returning to his original self. Perhaps to him, this game of impersonation should end. You only need one sword to kill me. You're too optimistic. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. His long hair fluttered, and the space around him exploded, as if he had walked out from the void. And those spatial laws actually hid a trace of realm essence. This reminded him of the guidance of the two seniors before he entered the martial god realm. Ask for wind, ask for rain. When he became a true realm lord, this realm would be under his control. Wind, rain, come, I will do whatever I want. Shwa. A dazzling sword light, like a line of death, ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Lin Ling's spatial laws had reached 150 million, and that terrifying sword directly broke the blue-robed youth's sword. Moreover, it revealed its sharpness and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. At this moment, the blue-robed young man's pupils constricted, and his heart fiercely skipped a beat. He could faintly see the birth of a world overlord. That kind of domineering aura only appeared in the martial god realm, and it even appeared in his senior. How could this be? How could a mere junior from a rural area know about realm essence? This must be a fluke, or even an illusion. While he was still in shock, the sword light slashed over, enlarging in his eyes. It seemed to be telling him that this fake Lin Ling had reached the end of his arrogance. 3 great domains, physical body, fire, and sword, I will crush you in all aspects. Shwa. The sword light was like the moon, causing a smear of scarlet blood to sprinkle down from the sky. The blue-robed Lin Ling was slashed alive, split in two. Seeing this, the earth became deathly silent. Dead. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling? However, all of this was possible, because in the 3 great domains, the blue-robed Lin Ling had been completely defeated. Moreover, the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, but he still died. This meant that he was not the real Lin Ling. Putong. At this moment, many people directly knelt down in fright. They seemed to be on the wrong side. Especially the unparalleled Sun and Moon Battle Monarch. Their faces were pale, and they directly shouted, "So you are the real Lin Ling, sorry, we were wrong before." Along with their voices, many people also shouted and begged for mercy. They did not expect the blue-robed youth to be so weak. He was actually completely defeated. As for the sky-coughing great emperor in the distance, his expression was extremely serious. He also did not expect the black-robed Lin Ling to be the real lord. Looking at Lin Ling in the sky, Lady Watermist and the others were extremely excited. This was because this was the real Lin Ling, their king. They had made the right bet. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had not changed. Even if the world changed, Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. Chapter 22-24. Thousand-faced young master, before this, we were deceived. We are innocent. The 2 battle kings hurriedly said. I don't think you're innocent. To put it bluntly, strength decides everything. You think that blue-robed Lin Ling is stronger, so you're standing on his side. Isn't that right? Lu Susu said. She didn't believe their words at all. We're innocent. We're innocent. Hearing those words, everyone kowtowed and quietly stared at Lin Ling. However, they realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't say that he wanted to kill them. This made them feel relieved. It seemed that Lin Ling still cared about old friendships. However, not long after they kowtowed, a demonic aura rippled out from the ground. A figure that seemed to be condensed from metal slowly floated up. The entire process was silent, causing the scene to be extremely strange. Most importantly, this person's face didn't have any facial features, causing people to feel a chill run down their spines. It seems that I've underestimated you. However, it's time for the game to end. Boom. After the golden figure floated up, he coldly said. Moreover, a force that had never appeared in this world crazily erupted. It was like a domain force field. The sky instantly shattered like glass, and a void appeared. Moreover, it was a void that one couldn't see the end of. In the surroundings, wind, snow, sun, moon, and stars appeared as well. It was as if the laws of this world were completely under his control. This was the power of world essence. In a weak world, the power of world essence was clearly able to summon the wind and summon the rain. However, in the martial god world, world essence didn't have such powerful might. The reason was that a weak world couldn't withstand world essence. Therefore, a powerful world essence expert could directly control the entire world. How terrifying! Is this the blue-robed youth from before? Boom! This is the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Countless people stared at the terrifying scene in the sky. Their hearts trembled. This kind of power was too strong. Even the expressions of Lady Shui Wu and the others changed violently. Never had they imagined that this fellow who was impersonating Lin Ling would actually possess such formidable strength. You're Lin Ling, right? I'm sorry for impersonating you before, but don't think that I'm interested in your glory. I'm just treating it as a game. Of course, you're still worthy of praise for being able to defeat me. The golden figure said faintly. There was a metallic liquid flowing on the surface of his body. It was extremely mysterious. Why praise me? Lin Ling said with a calm expression. He was not surprised at all. In fact, he already knew that this mysterious person was not dead. That was why he didn't care about the two battle kings begging for mercy. Because he knew that the battle wasn't over. I praised you because you saw through my game and defeated me. The golden figure spread out his hands and said, but now, do you still think you can defeat me? I still think so. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha, ignorant ant. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The golden figure snorted coldly, let me tell you. Your world is only one of the myriad worlds, and it's extremely weak. If it weren't for our branch family in this world, with my status, I wouldn't have come here. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. Secondly, I don't know what kind of attraction your weak world has, but it actually attracted an expert to live in seclusion here. This is the second reason why I'm here. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The expert that the other party was talking about should be Grandma Wen Dao. He didn't know how Grandma Wen Dao was doing, but it seemed that the mysterious person hadn't found her. However, Grandma Wen Dao must be hiding some secret since she had invited an expert from the martial god world to come here. Have you heard of the Grand Court County? The golden figure said again, but seeing Lin Ling's silence, he smiled disdainfully. I guess you don't know. With your knowledge, I'm afraid you don't even know about the martial god world. But before I die, I'll tell you. I'm from the Grand Court County, and I'm young Master Thousand Faces. I have 8 clones that have entered the myriad worlds to train. This is just one of my clones. The power that we control is something that you ants can only dream of in your lifetime. That's boundary essence. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainforest became even more silent. More and more people gathered. They looked at the golden figure that was like an emperor, and their faces became extremely frightened. Could it be that this person was from the martial god world? For many people, the martial god world was like the distant sky, a place that all warriors dreamed of. Boundary essence can be easily converted into law, but law cannot be converted into boundary essence. Only those who have boundary essence can enter the martial god world. That is a symbol of status, and is not something that trash like you can understand. Strong boundary essence can summon the wind and rain, look. The golden figure said proudly. His appearance seemed mysterious, but in fact, his age was about the same as Lin Ling's. As he pointed, a snowstorm began to fall from the distant sky, freezing the heaven and earth, forming the scenery of the snow country. The sun is out. The golden figure shouted again. The snowstorm disappeared, and the sun appeared, scorching the earth. At this moment, he was like a god. He could have anything he wanted. In this weak world, although I only have 10% of boundary essence, it is enough to dominate everything. The golden figure's voice was like the majestic heavens. Staring at the shocking scene in the distance, the crowd trembled. This was too terrifying. It was actually the power of boundary essence that surpassed the law. One must know that powerful warriors comprehended the law and used the law of heaven and earth to defeat their opponents. But this mysterious person actually changed the law, and even created his own law. In that case, who could be his opponent? No one at all. 10% of boundary essence. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently. The reason why he was listening to the other party's nonsense was because he wanted to get more information. And now, he knew a little. First, the other party did not come for him, but for Grandma Wendao. Second, the Sun God race was an abandoned citizen of the martial god world, but their background was not simple. You said so much because you were defeated by me before, so you want to tell me how lowly I am to wash away the humiliation from before. Finally, Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he said this, the golden figure nodded, indeed. He could easily kill Lin Ling, but before doing so, he wanted Lin Ling to know how weak he was. The previous battle was just his warm-up. Okay, I understand. You don't need to talk nonsense. However, after knowing his strength, Lin Ling was still extremely calm. This undoubtedly infuriated the golden figure. He looked at the ground and said, "Now, I want to ask all of you. Is Lin Ling the master of this world? Or is it me?" When he was defeated before, many people begged Lin Ling for mercy. Now, he wanted to see who would dare to beg Lin Ling for mercy. "It's you, sir. We only recognize you as our master." Chapter 22-25. Do you understand? Lin Ling, kneel down. The heavenly coughing great emperor flew out and shouted angrily. He was more excited than anyone else, because this mysterious person was actually from the martial god realm. If he could curry favor with him, this mysterious person might be able to give him a few pointers, because according to what he knew, among the ancient giants, there were a few who had already comprehended the world essence. That's right. This senior is from the martial god realm. You, Lin Ling, are just a country bumpkin. Kneel down. If you offend that senior and implicate us, you won't be able to atone for your sins even if you die. Kneel down now. Many people also shouted, and some even pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was no match for the martial god world's experts. As for Lin Ling's contribution to this world in the past, it was just a joke. Of course, they would still thank Lin Ling in their hearts, but only in their hearts. Compared to their lives, Lin Ling's life was even more worthless. You're all shameless. Who was it that knelt down and begged for mercy earlier? Now you're turning around and targeting Lin Ling. You're all utterly devoid of conscience. Lady Watermist and the others immediately roared furiously at the cursing of the entire world. This group of people was simply too shameless. Cut the crap. You're going to die too. Senior from the martial god realm, allow me to kill them. Numerous voices of rebuttal resounded once more, and many people even took the initiative to stand out for the sake of claiming credit. Haha. The powerhouse called Young Master Thousand-Faced smiled satisfactorily as he stared at Lin Ling. Do you have anything you want to say? Previously, when Lin Ling defeated him, he thought that Lin Ling would be very happy because he had once again taken back his glory. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling was at his happiest, he threw a bucket of cold water at the wrong time and interrupted Lin Ling's pride. He felt that Lin Ling must be feeling very sad right now. However, under his gaze, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he walked forward step by step. Seeing this, young Master Thousand-Face did not do anything. He slowly said, "If you want to give birth to a boundary origin seed, there are only two ways. 1. Kill 3,000 peak martial emperors. 2. Self-comprehension. Of these two methods, the first one is the fastest. Moreover, I've also helped a few ancient giants successfully comprehend world origin. Many people's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. This young Master Thousand Faces was indeed formidable. This also meant that as long as young Master Thousand Face was happy, they would also have a chance to comprehend boundary essence. However, the first method is ultimately an unorthodox method. The boundary essence seed that is born is not as good as the second method. The second method is self-comprehending. Only the geniuses of the various worlds can successfully be born. Once the boundary essence is converted to 100%, the boundary essence can be fused with one's talent. This also means that no matter how talented a martial artist is, they can only use the power of laws. Without boundary essence, they are all ants. His voice, which was as majestic as the heavens, continued to drift out. The crowd was enlightened. So that was how it was. They immediately benefited greatly. Do you understand now? Young Master Thousand Faces' gaze finally looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had already arrived in front of him. However, people didn't care at all because they also knew that no matter how strong Lin Ling's talent was, without boundary essence, everything was an ant. Then, they saw Lin Ling move. He didn't even care as he threw out a punch. Overestimating himself. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. Even young Master Thousand Face was the same. He shook his head and said, "Looks like you still don't understand what boundary essence is. My boundary essence can change the world, and even." Exclamation point. However, before he finished speaking, the punch landed on his stomach, causing his face to distort. Boom! In the next moment, under countless gazes, young Master Thousand Faces' body exploded. Golden liquid splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the space became deathly silent. There was no sound at all. On the ground, the martial artists all opened their mouths wide. Previously, when they listened to young Master Thousand Faces' guidance, they felt that they had benefited greatly. They also knew that boundary essence was the only way to become stronger. They also yearned for boundary essence and even hoped that young Master Thousand Face would give them some guidance. At that time, Lin Ling made his move. In their eyes, Lin Ling was simply a mantis blocking a car. He didn't understand what boundary essence was. However, in the next moment, the martial god world genius who possessed boundary essence was directly blown apart. Isn't boundary essence able to ignore all laws? The two great battle monarchs, Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor and Unparalleled Sun and Moon, felt their hearts tremble madly. Nonsense. You should stop before you go too far. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well as he indifferently spat out a sentence. Nonsense. Previously, young Master Thousand Face had been giving guidance to everyone, including Lin Ling. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, it was all nonsense. Chi. At this time, the golden water droplets on the ground once again shot into the sky, forming a metallic figure in the sky. However, at this moment, his aura was somewhat weak. Most importantly, he stared at Lin Ling with extreme horror. Because to be able to injure him, laws were obviously ineffective. Only boundary essence. However, how could a country bumpkin comprehend boundary essence? Without his reminder and help, the people of this world wouldn't be able to comprehend boundary essence. You injured me. Young Master Thousand Face coldly said. He opened his hands and the world behind him began to collapse. Like broken glass, it swept towards Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to die along with the collapse of the world. Let me show you what the power of boundary essence is. Boom. Rumble. The sky continued to collapse. The void also shattered. It was a shocking sight. On the ground, Lu Susu and the others immediately shouted out in worry. That power was too terrifying. Boundary essence can indeed summon wind and rain in a small world. However, compared to destroying a world, the truly terrifying thing is creating a world. Chi. However, Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence in the face of the calamity and gently waved his sleeve. Rumble. Something terrifying happened. The shattered world actually began to slowly recover. Even the sky began to clear up and the sun shone. Even the ground that was affected by the battle was restored to its original state. That terrifying calamity disappeared without a trace under Lin Ling's sleeve. Do you understand? Chi. Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. This sentence undoubtedly shocked the crowd to the extreme. They even rubbed their eyes, feeling that this was a dream. However, the reality was that the sky had indeed recovered. Young Master Thousand Face was guiding everyone before, including Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also guiding him now. One destroyed a world, the other created a world. Between the two, it was clear that creating a world was more powerful than destroying it. Do you understand? Chapter 22-26. Friend and foe, how is this possible? Young Master Thousand Face's heart was also pounding. In fact, he already had some guesses when Lin Ling heavily injured him. He was just unwilling to admit it. Because how could a youth from the countryside be able to comprehend boundary essence and injure him who was high above? Unfortunately, this kind of self-deceiving could not be concealed any longer. You have a boundary essence seed. Young Master Thousand Face finally let out a low shout. His voice caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Boundary essence seed. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a mocking smile. You only have 10% of your boundary essence. In the martial god world, you are indeed at the level of geniuses from various worlds. However, I have seen many geniuses like you. You want to rely on 10% of your boundary essence to guide others. Don't you think your face is very thick? He stepped forward. In his right fist, a mysterious power bloomed. It was boundary essence. Moreover, it was boundary essence that was even more terrifying than young Master Thousand Face. It was definitely more than 10%. That punch shot over like a meteor. Accompanying it were the laws of the falling and blooming of flowers and the rising and setting of the sun, 10% of boundary essence? Young Master Thousand Face's throat wriggled. It was as if a mouthful of saliva was stuck in his throat. He did not know what to say. Now, of course he understood. He understood it better than anyone. Because the youth opposite him was not a boundary essence seed, but a real boundary essence. Moreover, it seemed to be even stronger than his. This caused his heart to feel as though it was being sliced by a million blades. Before this, how tyrannical was he? He was like a world overlord, giving pointers to the common people, letting these ants know how powerful he was. He thought that Lin Ling was feeling sorrow and was feeling inferior. He even thought that Lin Ling would kneel down and beg him for pointers. However, all of this was just him comforting himself. The youth opposite him was in fact stronger than him. His arrogant boasting was undoubtedly a resounding slap to his own face. Seeing the terrifying punch coming, young Master Thousand Face panicked. He kept retreating. Wait, how about we let this matter rest? His voice was extremely fast, mixed with fear. The crowd was silent. The genius of the martial god world that they looked up to was actually afraid now. Do you think you can escape? However, how could Lin Ling let young Master Thousand Face escape? At this moment, his black robe was wildly dancing in the wind. It was tyrannical and domineering, telling everyone that he was the true king of this place. How dare you? Young Master Thousand Faces' expression turned increasingly ugly. This was one of his clones, and it took him so much effort to comprehend realm essence. Could it be that it was going to be destroyed here? Now that the county competition was approaching, if he spent 10% of his boundary essence here, then the competition would probably have nothing to do with him. Never had he imagined that one of his clones would actually be annihilated by an ant while tempering himself here. To put it bluntly, one of his 8 lives had perished. If that's the case, it's very useless. Lin Ling's boundary essence was like his sword, sweeping towards young Master Thousand Faces, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing, locking down all the directions young Master Thousand Faces could escape in. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realm. Do you really dare to kill me? Young Master Thousand Faces shouted angrily. Sorry, I'm from the Martial God Camp of the Martial God Realm. However, what answered him was a cold voice, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to widen. This young man was also a genius from the Martial God Realm. What was laughable was that he had actually thought that this young man was just a martial artist from the countryside. Boom! When the roar resounded, the sky regained its tranquility. Young Master Thousand Faces was dead. This genius from the Martial God Realm, who everyone thought was an extremely mysterious expert, had been killed by the #1 genius of the mortal world today. On the ground, everyone's faces turned pale as they watched young Master Thousand Face die. This matter was too shocking for them. They stared at the black-robed young man in the sky, and only then did they remember that in the past, the young man had taken one step at a time and finally stood at the peak of the mortal world. Today, even though the experts from the Martial God Realm had arrived, his position as the #1 sovereign was still unshakable. Undefeated. It was as if he would never be defeated. Are you all proud of him? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice woke everyone up from their shock. The crowd fell silent and their faces turned even paler. In fact, I can understand your hearts. However, Lin Ling's next words eased the pressure in everyone's hearts. Lin Ling could understand them. In this world where the strong are respected, it is human nature to side with an expert. Lin Ling said again. Thank you for your understanding, sir. In fact, we were also forced to do this. Young Master Thousand Faces is a genius from the Martial God Realm. To us, the Martial God Realm is a place we can only look up to. We can't not submit. We were wrong. Many people shouted anxiously. Among them, the 2 great battle kings were the main ones. I indeed understand your choice. If I were defeated today, my people and I would all die. Therefore, you didn't believe me and chose to stand on his side. Such a choice is human nature. However, since you have made your choice, you are my enemy. You should know how I, Lin Ling, treat my enemies. Lin Ling finally looked at the ground. Boom! Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Who in the mortal realm didn't know Lin Ling's character? He was very good to his friends and was loyal to his friends. However, to his enemies, he was a nightmare. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Lin Ling would protect his friends forever. If they were enemies, then he could only kill them. Sir Lin Ling, we were wrong. Everyone was afraid and regretful. Many people even slapped their own faces and questioned themselves why they didn't believe Lin Ling before. Lin Ling had created so many miracles, and today, he could also create a miracle. Why did they believe in the genius of the Martial God Realm? Some things are wrong. Just like a broken mirror, there will never be a time for it to recover. Kill yourselves. Lin Ling's voice was very calm. There was no fluctuation in it. Kill yourselves. Were they all going to kill themselves here? No, absolutely not. You can't kill us. At this moment, the 2 battle kings furiously roared, although we were on the wrong side, we didn't attack you. You still have the right to kill us. Our lives are ours to choose, not yours. However, we can promise you that we will never step into the mortal realm again. Is that enough? Under the two's voices, many people looked up at Lin Ling with eyes full of determination. At this moment of life and death, they no longer cared about Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lu Susu and the others laughed. The great calamity of the mortal realm, the invasion of the devil race and the god race, it was Lin Ling who protected them and won the creation war. At that time, they didn't necessarily come out to support Lin Ling and help Lin Ling. Under the opportunity that Lin Ling fought for, they enjoyed the feeling of being above others and lived for many years. Although they seemed to submit to Lin Ling on the surface, in reality, they were only using Lin Ling. In fact, they were also using Lin Ling to win the favor of the young Master Thousand Faces through Lin Ling. Chapter 22-27. Kill. You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was the one shouting that they should kill Lin Ling? Lady Shui Wu said sarcastically. Her words silenced the two battle kings. As for those who were clamoring, they were also speechless. They obviously couldn't refute her. We were forced by the situation at that time, but we didn't attack you. That's right. That's right. Moreover, we used to treat you as an adult, and you promised to protect us. You can't be so cruel. That's right. However, the two battle kings quickly opened their mouths and spoke as if it was only natural that Lin Ling would protect them. Ha! That's right. Lin Ling also laughed and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. If I want to kill you, do I need to care about your feelings? You guys think too highly of yourselves. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you. What can you do to me? That's right. With that, he ruthlessly swung his sword. The two battle kings' pupils constricted, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. Lin Ling had killed them with a single slash. They suddenly realized how stupid they were. They thought that Lin Ling would still protect them, so they resorted to sophistry. Perhaps they were used to being protected by Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling protecting them was a matter of course. But now, Lin Ling used his sword to tell them that their lives were actually the lives of ants. Since you guys won't kill yourselves, then I'll do it. That's right. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder, and he swung his sword again. Whoosh! That slash reaped a large number of lives again. No, Lord Lin Ling, I was wrong. That's right. Those people all shouted. At this moment, they were finally panicking and regretting their actions. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a slash. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Brothers, attack to your heart's content. Kill them all. That's right. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, causing the ground to be filled with miserable screams. At the same time, Lin Ling spoke to Lady Shui Wu and the others. He knew that Lady Shui Wu and the others had suppressed a lot of anger, so it was time for them to release it. Kill to your heart's content, kill to your heart's content, clean up the foul atmosphere. Lin Ling shot towards the earth like a god of death. Kill. Blood dyed his clothes red, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt carefree. As for Lord Shui Wu and the others, their faces were filled with killing intent as well. They wanted to kill to their heart's content and turn the world upside down. They disdained to be associated with such people. Since he had chosen the wrong side, he had to pay the corresponding price, and the price was death. Far away, the heavenly coffin great emperor trembled as he watched this scene. How terrifying! This was going to kill millions of people. He was scared. He quietly retreated. However, just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Plop! The heavenly coffin great emperor was so scared that he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength and Lin Ling's desire to kill everyone under the heavens was something he didn't dare to face. Great Emperor Heavenly Coffin is an ancient magnate. There's no need for you to be so courteous. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, but his voice was like that of an emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. Put down the butcher's knife and don't kill more people. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor said nervously. Oh, you seem to be begging for mercy, but in fact, you want to affect my state of mind. However, you seem to have forgotten that I, Lin Ling, have killed many people in order to grow to where I am now. 1,000,000 people are just a piece of cake to me. Lin Ling said casually. Since he started learning martial arts, what kind of storm had he not encountered? Right or wrong, good or evil, he didn't care at all. He only wanted to have a clear conscience. I don't dare at all. Lord Lin Ling, please spare my life. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor kowtowed. As one of the 4 great ghost emperors, he didn't even dare to fight and directly kowtowed. This was undoubtedly a great irony. Did you get the treasure from the 3rd stone statue in the past? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes, Lord Lin Ling, I'll return it to you now. Yes. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor hurriedly took out an ancient stone and handed it over with both hands. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in fear. Lin Ling should let him go now. Lin Ling took the stone and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had obtained another stone statue fragment. Then, without looking at the Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor, he slashed out with his sword. His boundary essence was released, cutting off all of the Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor's laws. His body and the coffin behind him were directly cut in half. You promise not to kill me. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor shouted. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill him. I've said it before. You stole my stone statue in the past, so you must die today. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully and turned to leave. The Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor looked at the back of the black-robed figure and was shocked. He knew that Lin Ling had returned to collect his debt. Because of him, this world would definitely be overturned by a storm of blood once again. Unfortunately, he could no longer see all of this. Today, he was just passing by. He never thought that this would be the place where he would die. At this moment, Lin Ling held up the stone statue and wrapped it with the power of law. In a short period of time, the seemingly ordinary stone statue shattered and turned into specks of crystal light. This stone statue contained the treasure that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not know what it was for the time being. But soon, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. It was actually 10% of his boundary essence. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao was well prepared. He knew that he would need boundary essence for his reincarnation, so he prepared it in advance. And this 10% of boundary essence was smoothly integrated into Lin Ling's boundary essence, allowing his boundary essence to transform by 30%. If he used the mysterious sword record, he could erupt with 40% of his boundary essence. It seemed that he had to retrieve the remaining stone statues as soon as possible. Go to hell, trash. After putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. On the ground, those ugly cultivators could not escape even if they wanted to. They could only be killed mercilessly. Other than the cultivators from the mortal world, there were also cultivators from the demon race, ghost race, and deity race. However, they were all killed. They were filled with regret. This rainforest sacred land was not a place that they could enter. As time passed, the ground was filled with blood. The rainforest sacred land was dyed red. Lin Ling wore a black robe and held a large sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the red ground, but his expression did not change at all. Lin Ling, they are all dead. Lu Susu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others ran over and said. They were excited. If Lin Ling did not return at the crucial moment, they would be the ones dead. Behind them, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she had made the best choice. Otherwise, she would have been killed right now. However, she did not think that Lin Ling was heartless. Because all these shameless people deserved it. Lin Ling was already very kind to them. It's good that everyone is fine. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. At this moment, his coldness disappeared and was replaced with a clean smile. Yes. Everyone nodded. Oh right, where are my grandpa and the others? Chapter 22-28. True Spirit Island's calamity. Currently, they are on the True Spirit Island where Kame Daoist is. However, Martial God Tian Yu and the Mortal World Guardian have been captured by the Sun God Emperor. As for Martial God Yungu and Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, they are protecting the True Spirit Island. Lady Shui Wu said. Lin Ling was shocked. His 3 disciples were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the attack? It is said that some of the Sun God King's people have comprehended the boundary seed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother also said what she knew. Lin Ling finally nodded in understanding. No wonder his disciples were unable to resist. However, the boundary seed was not easy to comprehend. Presumably, the Sun God King and the other experts had killed more than 3,000 peak martial emperors to comprehend the boundary seed. As for where the 3,000 peak martial emperors came from, with young Master Thousand Face around, it was not difficult. After all, this world did not have so many experts, but other worlds definitely had them. Let's go to True Spirit Island. Lin Ling said in a low voice. He was back. Then it was time to end everything. By the way, tell the world that I, Lin Ling, have come to collect the debt. Moreover, the creation battle has begun. Lin Ling said again. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, everyone became excited. No matter how many storms and waves they encountered, no matter what kind of powerful enemies they encountered, this man in front of them would lead them to sweep away 1,000 enemies. This was their lord, Lin Ling. Let's go. Without further ado, Lin Ling led everyone to True Spirit Island. At this moment, in Chaos Demon Sea, a large number of experts were flying across the sky. An old man wearing a fiery red robe was heading towards True Spirit Island. Lord Fire Cloud Divine King, the survivors are hiding in True Spirit Island. There are Daoist Kame, the 7 emperors, and Lin Ling's 3 disciples. Someone said respectfully to the old man. The old man was the Fire Cloud Divine King. At this moment, his face was cold. In the past, I saw Lin Ling kill the Yellow Spring Great Emperor with my own eyes. At that time, he used the Boundary Origin Seed, which surprised me. Now, I also have the Boundary Origin Seed. I alone can sweep away Daoist Kame and the others. My lord is mighty. The others nodded respectfully. These people were not weak. They had reached the Martial Emperor realm and had nearly 100 million laws. Of course, the most powerful one was still Fire Cloud Divine King, because he possessed a realm origin seed. He could sweep through any law power, declaring himself a king. That young Master Thousand Faces is truly amazing, he actually increased my strength greatly. In the future, I can also go to the martial god world. Fire Cloud Divine King's eyes flickered. Currently, the entire world did not know that Lin Ling was young Master Thousand Faces in disguise. Only a few of them knew, and those who knew all possessed world origin seeds and were nurtured as trusted aides by young Master Thousand Faces. However, I don't know where the real Lin Ling has gone. Perhaps he knows of your current strength and doesn't dare to appear. Ha! Ha! How can that trash be a match for you now? Ha! The others suddenly laughed. Their words made Fire Cloud Divine King nod in satisfaction. He liked to hear such flattery. In the past, Lin Ling alone had scared him into fleeing. If there was a chance in the future, he wanted Lin Ling to know how powerful he was. Let's go. Kill everyone on True Spirit Island. Ha! The mighty experts, led by Fire Cloud Divine King, charged towards True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was facing a great enemy. Not only were there Lin Ling's friends, there were also all the warriors from Saint's big domain. At this moment, they were the only line of defense. If True Spirit Island was breached, then everyone would die. Especially some of Lin Ling's relatives and friends. They looked at a one-armed old man on the island, and the determination in their eyes intensified. That one-armed old man was Lin Ling's grandfather, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. This was Lin Ling's relative. No matter what, they had to protect him, even if they had to be wiped out. Otherwise, when Lin Ling returned, how could they report to him? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, please leave True Spirit Island immediately. There are powerful enemies chasing after you. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Someone said to Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. It was the 7th Emperor. They had been chased all the way here. It was obviously not easy for them to escape here. Little Saint, go outside the island and keep an eye out. If there are any changes, inform us immediately. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Martial God Yungu said to the Xianlin Celestial Snake. Little Saint turned into a black torrent and flew out of the island. At this moment, they were not facing local warriors. It was said that the mastermind was an expert from Martial God World. Therefore, they only felt powerless. You don't have to protect me. I'll fight alongside everyone. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted suddenly. Many people became worried and wanted to persuade him again. However, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand and said, "Ha, if I die in battle, then I can only say that this is all I can do. I can't let my grandson protect me every time. Although I'm weak, I still have a backbone. How can the Lin family's sons be protected by others?" Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Great-grandfather, I'll also fight alongside you. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Lin Yi shouted coldly. He was no longer a child. Although he was only 12 or 13 years old, he was already like a teenager. Moreover, he shouldered his father's glory and pride. Therefore, he would not run away. Sigh. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, spiritual master came and the other side. This was the only way. Sun God King and the others were no match for us in the past. However, today, they have comprehended the boundary seed. It's impossible for us to resist them with our power of law. Dark Dragon Emperor said with a frown. Sun God King and the others had obtained Lin Ling's stone sculpture and their strength had increased greatly. In addition, they had comprehended the boundary seed. Naturally, they could defeat them. We have to stop them even if we can't. The path of martial arts has never been smooth sailing. Ancient martial god Yun looked at the sky. Rumble. At this moment, a roar sounded. In the sky, a huge black shadow fell down. After falling to the ground, it let out a painful cry. Little Saint. Little Saint. Ancient martial god Yun and the others immediately shouted anxiously. It was the black-scaled divine snake. In the past, it was Lin Ling's mount. Its strength had reached the level of an ancient giant. However, this terrifying existence was suppressed by someone today. Are you all hiding here? Little Saint. Almost at the same time, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and found that it was the Fire Cloud Divine King of the Fire Cloud Empire. Finally, he's here. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not panic. They all held the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight to the death. What a pity. The 3 disciples of Li Xiaoyao were the strongest existences among the ancient giants. Now, they are like stray dogs. Fire Cloud Divine King looked down at everyone and said indifferently. These words made Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others' faces turn cold. Compared to experts with boundary seeds, they were indeed much weaker. Since you're all here, then kill yourselves. You should know the grudge between me and Lin Ling. It will not end until one of us is dead. Sigh. Chapter 22-29. Are you tired of living? Unless you kill all of us, you can see if anyone will commit suicide. On the island, Ancestor Tai Yen raised his aged face and looked at the sky fearlessly. He was satisfied with his life. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. If you don't commit suicide, then you will know what a nightmare is. Fire Cloud Divine King nodded and waved his right hand. The experts behind him rushed towards the island. Daoist came, Sword Immortal Firmament, Martial God Yungu, you were all ancient giants. Today, I will let you see how powerful my subordinates are. What was terrifying was that Fire Cloud Divine King's subordinates were all extremely powerful. It was as if Fire Cloud Divine King didn't even need to take action to massacre the entire island. Fight! Within the island, surging battle intent erupted. However, just as everyone was prepared to fight to the death, a cold and resounding voice exploded in the sky above the island like a thunderclap. Want to kill my people? Let's see if you have the ability. This sudden voice undoubtedly shocked the entire island. Countless people looked around and saw a large number of experts flying over from afar like a tornado. The man in the lead was holding a large sword. His long hair danced in the wind, and his cold eyes seemed to be telling everyone that the god of death had arrived. Father. Master. When everyone saw the familiar figure, they immediately shouted excitedly. As for Fire Cloud Divine King, he was slightly surprised as he stared at the newcomer. However, soon, he sneered, finally willing to come out. I knew it. You must be hiding somewhere. Unless your son, wife, and grandfather are in danger, you definitely won't dare to show your face. He didn't know that Lin Ling had gone to the martial god realm. He only thought that Lin Ling was afraid of them, so he hid. Of course, this was normal because they had young Master Thousand Face on their side. Unless Lin Ling was stupid, he wouldn't dare to fight force with force. The former #1 genius of the mortal realm can only hide like a stray dog today. Fire Cloud Divine King laughed again, causing the people behind him to laugh as well. And on the island, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were nervously staring at Lin Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak, this pursuit had made them realize that Fire Cloud Godly Monarch's strength had greatly increased. And the most terrifying thing was that there were many powerhouses like Fire Cloud Godly Monarch. Lin Ling, your end has come. I can tell you that this world has changed. With a genius from the martial god realm, you can only decline forever. The Fire Cloud God King spoke out once more. At this moment, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Perhaps he wanted to see Lin Ling feel a sense of helplessness. The former #1 genius of the mortal world. The reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Today, he had also become trash in an ant-like existence. This kind of thing made people feel extremely happy. Behind Fire Cloud Divine King, the experts laughed even louder. Lin Ling's name shook the world, so to see the latter being trampled on was an extremely rare sight. However, their laughter didn't last long. In the distance, Lin Ling finally appeared on the island. His expression didn't change. In his left hand, the 6 paths of reincarnation surged out violently, turning into white flames that enveloped everyone and crazily burned them. This fire seemed to be Lin Ling's fury. Entering reincarnation is too easy for you. Today, I'll scatter your souls. Everyone heard that vicious sentence. Of course, such words couldn't move Fire Cloud Godly Monarch and the others. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had such strength. However, the cold flames that followed let them know that they were about to be burned to death. Not good. What kind of law is this? It can't be broken. This fire can't be extinguished. Moreover, it's burning my soul. Lord Fire Cloud Godly Monarch, save me. The sky was suddenly in chaos. The fire burned everything, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. On the island, everyone's pupils trembled. When did Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation become so strong? It was a law that burned everything. Moreover, they were worried about Lin Ling, thinking that a bloody battle would break out. However, in the next moment, the scene that gave them was that the enemies were all screaming in pain and begging for mercy. All of you, die for me. Collect. Lin Ling floated in the sky with a fierce look on his face. His left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Voila! The dazzling white flames began to shrink. The experts in the fire reincarnation circle were all burned to death. Moreover, the burning was very painful because it reached the soul. Just as an incense stick's time was up, there were only flames floating in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of experts were all burned to death. Most importantly, those experts were at the martial emperor realm. They were existences that could dominate any place. However, here, they could only be slaughtered like weeds. This is too fast. Ancestor Extreme Flame opened his mouth wide and looked at the sky in shock. Even Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others were the same. However, they all laughed. Those flames were Lin Ling's anger. Those who touched them would die. Good, you actually killed all my subordinates. Do you know how many treasures I spent to nurture them? At this time, an angry voice rang out. Fire Cloud Divine King did not die. Clearly, he had boundary essence, so he was able to resist the burning of the Yellow Springs flame. Kneel for me. Fire Cloud Divine King roared again. With the boundary essence seed, why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? It's you. Lin Ling's gaze finally looked at him. Without any nonsense, he flew over. Courting death. Fire Cloud Divine King was extremely angry at this moment. When he saw Lin Ling flying over, he immediately attacked. Let me tell you, boundary essence is not something that only you, Lin Ling, have. He pointed out a finger, forming a power that surpassed the laws. He knew that Lin Ling had boundary essence, but he was confident that his boundary essence was stronger. Paw! However, Lin Ling did not retreat or dodge. His palm fiercely grabbed out. As Fire Cloud Divine King sneered, his finger actually exploded. Fire Cloud Divine King's boundary essence seed was like tofu in front of Lin Ling. The smile on Fire Cloud Divine King's face froze. What replaced it was pain and horror. Last time, you escaped. This time, you still dare to appear in front of me. Are you tired of living? Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. His palm once again grabbed out. It was like a hand covering the sky. No one could stop it. At this moment, Fire Cloud Divine King finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was because he realized that Lin Ling did not have the boundary essence seed. Instead, the seed had already grown. It had probably reached 10% boundary essence. At this moment, he finally knew that no matter how strong he became, he would always be an ant when facing a monster like Lin Ling. Chapter 22:30. The Battle of Creation begins. Fire Cloud Divine King shouted anxiously. He knew that Lin Ling was not hiding but was not in this world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not be afraid of him. Unfortunately, before he could utter any nonsense, Lin Ling reached out with his large hand and directly tore this ancient great head into two in front of countless people. This cruel and merciless action caused some of the enemies in the distance to tremble. They thought that Fire Cloud Divine King and Lin Ling would have a fierce battle and that Fire Cloud Divine King would emerge victorious. However, the result was that Lin Ling tore Fire Cloud Divine King, an ancient giant, apart with just a few punches and kicks. This simple and brutal situation made them feel like they were dreaming. Kill them all. Kill. After throwing Fire Cloud Divine King, Lin Ling looked coldly at the enemies in the distant sea. Yes, my lord. Kill. Everyone rushed over, letting the remaining enemies feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling returned with a torrential downpour. As for Lord Water Mist and the rest, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the rest also flew out from the island and charged forward. All enemies must die. They knew that even if they killed everyone in the world, Lin Ling would not be merciful because they had touched his reverse scale. Master. 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 Father. Master. On the island, everyone rushed towards Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This was their pillar of support. No matter what kind of powerful enemy came, there was only one outcome for that powerful enemy, and that was death. Grandfather. Lin Ling flew down from the sky and looked at the old man in the lead. His heart immediately ached. The old man looked at Lin Ling with gratification. However, Lin Ling saw that the sleeve of his right arm was fluttering in the wind. Clearly, the old man's right arm had been cut off. It's fine. I'm already so old. Losing an arm is no big deal. Elder Taiyan smiled and walked forward. He reached out his left arm and stroked the face of the grandson he was most proud of. In the past, when the fake Lin Ling appeared, he issued a large number of orders that violated the rules, such as killing his own people. In the end, Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him, but the result was that one of his arms was cut off. But at that time, he guessed that it wasn't his grandson. Because his grandson was not that cruel and heartless. In truth, they weren't very sure when Lin Ling would return from the martial god world. Therefore, when young Master Thousand Faces pretended to be Lin Ling, they didn't suspect anything. This is my real father. Lin Yi looked at Lin Ling excitedly. In his eyes, his father was still an indomitable warrior who always had his own principles in his heart. You have grown up. Lin Ling also looked at his family with some excitement. Then, he looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and immediately knelt down. Grandfather, I have implicated you. Silly child, the enemy is against you. That means you are capable. Mediocre people won't be jealous. Ancestor Extreme Flame said with a smile. Lin Ling felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Moreover, the suppressed killing intent in his heart became even stronger. It's time to clear the place. All the enemies must be killed. Lin Ling, it's good that you're back. The second dream. Yuman Yun and the others also walked towards Lin Ling and held Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, they finally felt at peace in their hearts. As for Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others, they were still excited at this moment. Their master had returned, so the foul atmosphere in this world would definitely be cleaned up. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling quickly went into the depths of the island and took out the Warm Sun spiritual jade. This time, because of an accident, Lin Ling's return was delayed for a while. Fortunately, when he saw the two women lying on the bed, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. Although Xian Yuangu and the others were almost illusory and would disappear like smoke at any time, as long as they were still there, then they could be saved. Lin Ling placed the Warm Sun spiritual jade beside the two women. Suddenly, a warm sun spiritual chi floated out like a bright lamp, protecting them and allowing their illusory bodies to slowly condense. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. However, he knew that it would take some time, so he turned around and left. Outside the house, everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. However, when they saw Lin Ling nodding with a smile, their brows also relaxed. You, and the others haven't returned yet? Lin Ling asked. However, in response, Elder Taiyan and the others shook their heads. This made Lin Ling slightly worried. However, when he thought about it, only the individual could comprehend the boundary element. No one else could help, so he could only suppress his worries. Master, what should we do now? I heard from Lady Shui Wu that young Master Thousand Faces, who impersonated you, is from the martial god world. He came from the Grand Court Commandery. It seems that such a person is not to be trifled with. Lin Ling, an expert from the martial god world, is not to be underestimated. Why don't we meet him and discuss it and see if we can shake hands and make peace? Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others all spoke up. In the end, Taoist Came felt that it was better to shake hands and make peace. After all, one young Master Thousand Faces had already stirred up a storm of blood in their world. What if more experts from the martial god world came? No matter where he comes from, he has touched my reverse scale. There is only one outcome for him, death. While everyone was still discussing, Lin Ling had already spoken coldly. His words made everyone gasp. However, very quickly, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others felt their blood boiling. With their pride, they did not want to shake hands and make peace. Revenge begins. Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. He clenched his right fist and the white command flag that was hidden on his body shone brightly at this moment. Lin Ling did not know the background of the Grand Court Commandery. However, in terms of numbers and boundary element, Lin Ling, as the martial god great commander, was not afraid of anyone. Let's rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will kill our way to the Sun Divine Nation. If we see any enemies along the way, kill them without mercy. Lin Ling left these words behind and immediately left. Hearing that, everyone was even more excited. In the house, Lin Ling sensed the boundary element in his dantian and the confidence in his heart grew stronger. Then, he recalled everything that had happened. He could not help but worry about the disappearance of Grandma Wendao. However, Grandma Wendao was someone that he could not see through. Therefore, if there was something that Grandma Wendao could not solve, Lin Ling's worries would be useless. It's time to take back all the stone sculptures. Sitting there quietly, Lin Ling's eyes grew colder and colder. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling's return spread across the various regions. What? The real and fake Lin Ling. And the real Lin Ling came back and slaughtered the fake one. That's too amazing. This is nothing. Lin Ling has issued an order. The battle of creation has begun and he wants to clear the place. That's crazy enough. Could it be that the Sun God King and the other ancient giants are going to die? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 22:31. Coming to collect a debt, Fire Cloud Divine King was killed. And one of young Master Thousand Faces' doppelgangers was also destroyed. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He's just courting death. Young Master Thousand Face is also rushing over from 10,000 realms. This Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. I'm afraid he has converted 10% of his boundary essence. However, young Master Thousand Face's boundary essence is not just 10%. He still has 7 doppelgangers. Young Master Thousand Face comes from Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realms Qing Province. His talent is the mysterious Xian body, myriad metal king physique. If not for the fact that his boundary essence was not successfully converted, his talent would have been able to fuse with it long ago. However, the Sun God King and the others were not too worried. With young Master Thousand Face around, they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. They even believed that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. He did not dare to come to them. At this moment, in the demon domain, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King had also received the news. However, they had comprehended the boundary essence seed. They thought that even if they could not kill Lin Ling, if the two of them joined forces, Lin Ling would not be able to kill them. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would die in the hands of young Master Thousand Face. Therefore, they were now thinking of unifying the demon domain and preparing to kill the Great Demon King of the East and Great Demon King Gu Hai. However, on the day their army was mobilized, Lin Ling also arrived. To Lin Ling, he would not let any of the ancient giants go. This debt collection would start from today until he killed his way into the godly nation. At this moment, the true martial realm was like a dream mountain. This place had already become the symbol of the true martial realm. At the foot of the snowy mountain, a large number of demon armies were gathered there. If one looked carefully, the army was led by a giant that was as tall as a mountain. The giant was sitting on a golden blade, as if he was indomitable. This person was the Great Demon King of the East. On the other side was a bewitching woman. She was the Great Demon King Gu Hai. Now that the demon race was about to unify, the two Great Demon Kings joined forces to resist the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. My lord, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King Gu Hai. At this time, the beast drum sounded, shaking the heaven and earth. You're here. The Great Demon King of the East stood up. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great Demon King Gu Hai narrowed his pretty eyes as well. The war of the demon race was about to begin. In the distance, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. All the great devils were rushing over in a grandiose manner. At a glance, the army was actually endless, as if there was no end to it. This was a bloody battle, and it could be said to be the most intense bloody battle in the history of the demon race. All the demons were ready for a bloody battle. However, the army in the distance suddenly stopped, and two figures floated out. A war between armies won't change the unification of the infernal domain. Why don't we have a war between infernal kings? The two massive figures strolled towards Dreamlike Mountain. They were the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and Demon King. How dare you! On the side of the Great Demon King of the East, the army roared angrily, forming a huge aura, rushing towards the sky. Shut up! However, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master let out a cold roar. His aura suppressed the army like a giant hand, making it difficult for the army to breathe. This action undoubtedly caused his soldiers to cheer and raise their morale. Alright, then let's have a war between infernal kings. The Great Demon King of the East pondered for a while and immediately said in a low voice. There were also benefits to having a war between infernal kings, and that was that his people would not suffer too many casualties. My lord, you can't. At this moment, a large number of voices came from the army. One of them even flew up. It was Lin Ling's elder brother, Gu Zhantian. Right now, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and 400 million Great Devil Kings have boundary origin seeds. A war between infernal kings is disadvantageous to us. Why don't we have a war between the two armies? Gu Zhantian knelt down in the sky and said. In fact, the Great Demon King of the East and Demon King Gu Hai also knew this point. However, a war between armies would only increase the casualties. A war between infernal kings is unavoidable. You all can just watch from the side. If we lose, you all can disperse. The Great Demon King of the East sighed softly and stepped forward, walking towards the sky. My lord. The army below him all knelt down, as if they had seen the departure of the Demon King and the unification of the infernal domain. As for Demon King Gu Hai, he frowned and also walked towards the sky. She knew that this war was unavoidable. Unify the infernal domain. Unify the infernal domain. Compared to the solemn aura of the great demon king of the east, the crystal master of the devil nation's army let out a deafening roar, and their morale was even more majestic. This made the 400 million great demon kings and the crystal master of the devil nation laugh coldly. Their brows twitched, and a formless aura spread out, causing the infernal domain to shake. It felt as if the heavens were angry, and the entire domain was shaking. It was the power of realm essence. The great demon king of the east and demon king Gu Hai immediately let out a groan, and their footsteps paused. They could feel that the world in front of them had changed, forming a powerful domain that made it difficult for them to take another step forward. This made their hearts tremble. Was the power of realm essence really that strong? The war between infernal kings hasn't even started yet, and you all don't dare to fight. Seeing the solemn expression of the great demon king of the east and the others, the crystal master of the devil nation mocked. "Ha, the great demon king of the east is afraid of my lord. Humph, he doesn't even have the courage to approach my lord. He can only submit to my lord. My lord's power of realm essence, who else but him can compare to my lord's power of realm essence in this world?" At the same time, more voices rang out. Countless gazes were fixed on the crystal master of the devil nation. There was only worship in their eyes. In the past, the 5 great demon kings of the infernal domain were evenly matched, and no one could shake the other. However, the great demon king of the east had already declined, and could only be compared to the lowly demon race. He couldn't even stand shoulder to shoulder with the crystal master of the devil nation. One side was full of vigor, and the other side was naturally weak. The soldiers of the great demon king of the east all looked gloomy at this moment. Their great demon king of the east had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the war between the demon kings. In a war between the kings, if their aura was weak, how could they fight? Moreover, the crystal master of the devil nation and the others were clearly humiliating the great demon king of the east on purpose. This seed of realm essence is really powerful. The ancient giants of the past are like ants in front of us now. At this moment, the crystal master of the devil nation and the others were enjoying the carefree feeling. Moreover, they kept increasing the aura of the realm essence, wanting to make the great demon king of the east and the others kneel down. However, at this moment, a mysterious aura drifted over like smoke, and it actually blew away the oppressive domain in the sky. The great demon king of the east's expression changed. The pressure had disappeared. Even the crystal master of the devil nation and the others frowned. A mysterious power had appeared in front of them, causing the aura of their realm essence to disappear without a trace. At the same time, a black-robed figure quietly appeared in the sky. His appearance came without any warning, as if he had always existed in the sky. And his appearance and the ancient sword on his back, all of this caused the infernal domain to fall silent. Chapter 2232. Fear. Lin Ling. At this moment, the entire true martial realm was filled with shocked voices. Second brother. Gu Zhantian looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Of course, the Eastern Demon King and the rest were the same. In fact, they had also received news that Lin Ling seemed to have surfaced. However, they never expected that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would appear in the devil domain. Lin Ling. Compared to the surprise of the Eastern Demon King and the rest, the Crystal Master and the 400 million Demon Kings were unhappy. Why would Lin Ling appear here? I'm here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Eastern Demon King and the other two with a faint smile, causing them to smile as well. Lin Ling then looked at his elder brother, Gu Zhantian, which made Gu Zhantian extremely excited. In his heart, his second brother Lin Ling was already an indomitable expert. However, when he saw that the true spirit realm was almost massacred by a strong enemy, Lin Ling appeared again. That feeling was still very shocking. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance was like an invisible flame burning, causing the morale of the Eastern Demon King's side to rise even higher. In their hearts, Lord Lin Ling was already at the level of a demon god. Now that he was here, he could definitely change everything. Lin Ling, this is a battle of our devil domain. Why are you, a human, interfering? Get lost. At this moment, an angry voice rang out from the Crystal Master's army. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with fox ears. This person seemed to be the strategist of the army. Shouldn't you be in the godly nation right now? You, a human, interfering in the matters of the devil domain, don't you feel embarrassed? Moreover, Eastern Demon King, Gu Hai, do you still have any shame? Letting a human interfere, this is simply throwing away the pride of the devil race. The middle-aged man waved his hand, causing the army to let out a cry of shock. Lin Ling, get lost. Great Demon King of the East, if you're still a demon fighter, tell Lin Ling to fuck off. Dong dong dong. In front of them, war drums were beating and flags were waving in the wind. Tens of millions of soldiers were reprimanding Lin Ling, trying to make Lin Ling retreat. Seeing this, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master and Crystal Master laughed. They were surprised by Lin Ling's arrival, but when they thought about how Lin Ling shouldn't be able to kill them, they weren't in a hurry. Although Lin Ling is a human, he is also a hero of our demon race. How could he be an outsider? Hearing the other party telling Lin Ling to scram, many warriors on the Great Eastern Demon King's side also roared in anger. For a moment, the auras of the two armies collided, forming a terrifying aura tornado in the sky. The Great Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling not to care about what those people said. However, before he could say anything, he saw Lin Ling waving his sleeve. A powerful aura rolled out like an avalanche. The light of treasures shone brightly, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. In the distance, the soldiers who were clamoring were directly destroyed by the astral wind as if they had seen a siege cannon. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers fell. This was the means of an expert. At Lin Ling's level, no matter how many people there were, the effect was not big. He was like a realm lord. When he was angry, he could make tens of millions of people pay with their lives. You motherfucker, shut up. Along with that terrifying means, Lin Ling's angry roar could be heard. What a joke. He, Lin Ling, was here to collect debts today. Did he need to follow the rules? Did he even need to look at the faces of those ants? At that moment, the sound of the drums stopped, and the flag fell to the ground. The army stared at Lin Ling in silence. No one expected Lin Ling to be so domineering. He killed the army without saying a word. Speak, continue speaking. I want to see who still dares to clamor. Lin Ling stared coldly at the front and roared. That domineering voice made the army even more silent. Lin Ling, what is your purpose in coming here? Why do you want to ruin our good things? The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the 400 million Great Demon Kings shouted coldly. They were furious because Lin Ling seemed to have come to suppress their aura. How hateful. However, their words made Lin Ling laugh. Why did he come? The two Great Demon Kings seemed to have forgotten that they had joined hands to harm Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling was too lazy to answer such nonsense. Therefore, his gaze was indifferent as he stared at the two Great Demon Kings. When the two Great Demon Kings saw that Lin Ling did not speak, they frowned. Immediately, the boundary seeds on their bodies bloomed. They wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, their power was like a stone sinking into the sea in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking at them, smiling without saying a word. Gradually, the two great demon kings felt their hearts being suppressed. They even felt a chill. They wanted to attack, but they did not dare. The army in the distance looked at them, waiting for the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the others to attack. However, they were disappointed. Because the three of them did not attack. Instead, they watched quietly. Paw. This silence did not last long. Finally, Lin Ling stepped forward and slowly walked towards the two great demon kings. Thump. This action shattered the hearts of the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. They quietly took a step back. Today, the battle of the demon city will be postponed. Cold. The 400 million great demon kings coldly spat out these words, turned around, and left. The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom was the same. He swung his cape and stepped forward, proudly walking towards his army. However, behind them, Lin Ling followed silently. It was as if he was a realm lord looking at them. This figure, these footsteps, the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. However, Lin Ling did not attack. Therefore, they maintained their calm and walked forward slowly. However, they felt that the pressure was getting stronger. This was the fear of the strong, the fear of the unknown. They even wanted to fight with Lin Ling. However, their instincts told them that if they were to fight, it would be disadvantageous for them. From their side to the Devil Kingdom's army, there was a distance of 1,000 miles. However, this short distance seemed to be as far as the ends of the earth. Enough, what do you want to do? Stop. Finally, the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom roared. The feeling of the Grim Reaper following behind him was too much for him to bear. When the two armies saw this scene, they were shocked. The dignified crystal master of the Devil Kingdom seemed to be afraid. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not attack. He just followed slowly. Following, this created such a huge pressure. Lin Ling, how terrifying. However, Lin Ling still smiled and did not say a word. This silent action undoubtedly increased the pressure on the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. Even when a gust of wind blew past them, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would suddenly attack. However, that was just their illusion. Lin Ling did not attack. Finally, they could no longer bear this feeling. They could only speed up and escape from Lin Ling. No way, they are actually so afraid. One of the 5 great demon kings of the demon city brought an army here today. However, Lin Ling alone made them retreat. They did not even dare to look at him. Chapter 22:33. The dignity that was taken away was taken back today. Seeing this, the great demon king of the east roared with laughter. The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom's army gritted their teeth. Their king was afraid of Lin Ling. He was afraid of Lin Ling and could only run away. Their king had lost all his dignity. Paw! The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the great demon king of the Devil Kingdom finally reached the army. However, even though they had reached the army, Lin Ling still followed them. He was alone and looked calm. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the arrogant black-robed youth who had entered the army, the surrounding devil race roared. The wise general of the Devil Fox clan who had escaped with his life earlier said furiously, "Sir, allow us to join forces and eradicate this evildoer with the honor of the Devil God." Kill. Following the voice of the wise general, the army also exploded with killing intent. The devil race was arrogant and unruly. How could they be humiliated like this? However, the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom and the great demon king of the Devil Kingdom didn't say anything. This made the wise general of the Devil Fox clan pale. He even felt sad because he could see that the 2 great demon kings no longer had any intention to fight against Lin Ling. They didn't even have the will to fight. Kill me. Ants like you. At this moment, Lin Ling was still following the two great demon kings. However, he waved his sleeve. The power of the realm essence was enough to destroy the world. A gust of wind of death blew past. The army in front of him, millions of people, were wiped out again. Moreover, he had been killed without a sound. At this moment, the army no longer dared to speak. Looking at Lin Ling from a close distance, they felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. It was as if they were facing the realm master, an expert that surpassed the great demon king. The crystal master of the devil kingdom and the great demon king of the devil kingdom were trembling with anger. Lin Ling was right behind them and was about to wipe them out. They could only escape. They didn't even have the courage to turn around and look at Lin Ling. Most importantly, why didn't Lin Ling kill them? Why didn't he attack? Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? The 400 million demon king choked out a sentence with difficulty. This kind of torment was really unbearable. I've said it before. The battle of Genesis has already begun. Either you die or I die. 400 million great demon king, you shouldn't be so naive as to think that we're friends, right? Moreover, you joined hands to steal my stone sculpture. You should have known then that I, Lin Ling, would come to collect the debt. Lin Ling also said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two demon kings changed drastically. Sure enough, Lin Ling had come to collect a debt, and had even started a battle of creation. Meanwhile, they were the opponents that were going to be eliminated. However, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master said slowly, if you want to fight, then fight. You've gone too far by humiliating us like this. If you really want to fight, do you dare? Moreover, you say that I'm going too far, so what if I'm bullying you? If you don't accept it, then stop and fight. If you don't accept it, then send your army to kill me. Lin Ling said with a smile. Although his smile was calm, it carried an aura of supremacy. So what if I'm bullying you? That sentence made the blood of the great demon king of the East boil. This was the real #1 emperor. If he wanted to bully you, then he would bully you. I know that you're angry because I haven't made a move yet. I've only been humiliating you. However, don't forget that you were the ones who did it first. Lin Ling said again. Upon hearing this, the two great demon kings frowned. When had they done such a thing? In the past, you forced Xian Yuan Gu, to marry someone. In the dreamlike mountain, I personally took away Xian Yuan Gu, At that time, what did you do? Lin Ling's voice seemed to remind the two great demon kings of their memories. In the past, before Lin Ling had obtained the third stone sculpture, the son of the 100 million life great demon king had forced Xian Yuan Gu, to marry his son. He had even wanted to unify the true martial realm. At that time, Lin Ling had arrived. Under countless gazes, he had taken away Xian Yuan Gu from the dreamlike mountain, which had alarmed the entire devil domain. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. This had made the devil domain's crystal master and the others furious. They had used their aura to suppress Lin Ling and humiliate Lin Ling. That matter seemed to have happened yesterday. At this moment, it was flowing through their hearts in shock. Today, Lin Ling had made a comeback. From the beginning, he had used his aura to suppress them and humiliate them. All of this turned out to be like this. It seems that you have remembered. In the past, the three great demon kings took turns to attack me. In the end, they joined forces. Unfortunately, the 100 million life great demon king had died. Otherwise, today, I would have let him experience the feeling of being suppressed. In the past, you all thought that you were very strong, and I was just an ant. However, you never thought that you would have such a day. In fact, when I left the true martial realm, I had said that one day, the humiliation of the past would be returned 100 times today. My aura suppressed you not to prove anything, but to tell you that the dignity that was taken from me, I will definitely take it back. Lin Ling enunciated each word. His voice shook the entire true martial realm. Everyone recalled what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. In the past, the three great demon kings of the devil domain had suppressed Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had counterattacked. In fact, many people had heard Lin Ling's words before he left. Lin Ling had indeed said that he would definitely repay the humiliation of the past. However, at that time, they had thought that it was just a joke. But now, the truth had appeared in front of them. As for the two great demon kings, their faces were incomparably pale. If they had known that this junior was so terrifying, they would have killed Lin Ling at that time. Now, they had released the tiger back to the mountain. You all have a chance to live. At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said. His words made the two great demon kings' eyes light up. Lin Ling said again, walk out of the true martial realm from here and live under my aura. I, Lin Ling, will never look for you again. Are you serious? Although the two great demon kings had been heavily humiliated, their lives were obviously more precious. Therefore, they anxiously asked. However, this sentence was actually like begging for mercy. This made them feel like their hearts were dead at this moment. The dignified great demon kings had no backbone. They only thought about how to survive. Even when the enemy gave them a chance to escape, they only had luck on their faces. How sad was this? I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. Lin Ling said word by word. All right, I believe you. However, don't regret it. The Devil Domain's Crystal Master and the 400 million great demon kings looked at each other, and a strong sense of confidence rose in their hearts. If Lin Ling used boundary essence to kill them, they would have no power to fight back. However, if he only used his aura to suppress them, they were not afraid. This was because both of them had boundary essence seeds. If they joined forces, they should be able to barely block 10% of boundary essence's aura. Paw! The two great demon kings stepped out and left the true martial realm. Rumble! However, at that moment, a terrifying world origin energy attacked the Zhenwu world, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Chapter 22:34. Retracting the stone sculpture, what a terrifying power. With just a thought, the heavens and earth are moved by him. The laws are created by him. The crowd looked at the shattered sky and began to tremble with fear. Even the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed stronger than them. However, their speed also increased by a bit. Rumble! However, after the heavens and earth collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars appeared at the same time. It was as if the heavens were blocking in front of them. Puchi! The two demon kings immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. They finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling definitely had 10% of the boundary essence. What a ferocious number one genius of the mortal world. As far as they knew, young Master Thousand Face from the martial god world only had 10% of the boundary essence. And Lin Ling, a country bumpkin genius, was on par with the martial god world's genius. This was obviously very shocking. We must get out alive. Let the Sun God King and young Master Thousand Face kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling is too monstrous. In the future, his achievements will be even greater. The two demon kings released their boundary essence seeds, causing light to appear around their bodies. Within the light, the heavens and earth that were destroyed by Lin Ling also recovered at this moment. They couldn't change the heavens and earth in front of them, but they could barely change the changes around them. And with their speed, they were getting closer and closer to the void passage of the true martial world. Looking at the void passage, the two demon kings became spirited. If they escaped from here, they would win. So, they had to persevere. It seemed that their desire to survive was too strong. Everything went smoothly after that. The void passage was already in front of them. They only needed one more step to leave the true martial world. All this showed that they had won. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master felt that everything was like a dream. He actually escaped from Lin Ling's hands. This was a miracle. Lin Ling, you are too confident. You don't know that we already have the boundary essence seeds. Sorry, this battle, we won. Sorry. After leaving the true martial world, Lin Ling, you will be greeted by young Master Thousand Face. Take care of yourself. After a moment of excitement, the two demon kings finally shot into the void passage. Alas! In the distance, the great demon king of the east and the other side. In the end, they still managed to escape. However, before they could finish sighing, the void passageway in front of them suddenly shattered and turned back into a world of heaven and earth. Furthermore, two dazed figures were standing there in a daze. This scene caused everyone's eyes to widen. This was because the two great devil kings had already rushed into the void passage. They only needed to follow the passage to leave the realm of true martial. However, the void passage had suddenly disappeared. This also meant that they were still in the realm of true martial. How could this be? How could this be? The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others were also extremely shocked at this moment. Their eyes were full of confusion. They couldn't understand why they had appeared in the true martial world even though they had obviously entered the void passage. In my world, if I want a void passage, it will have one. If I don't want it, it won't have one. At this moment, a cold voice drifted over. It was Lin Ling's voice. You can do whatever you want. Even the void passage can be changed. Hearing this, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others' faces turned pale. They were even a little dispirited. The void passage was the most mysterious void. However, this mysterious power was also changed by Lin Ling. If he wanted it, it would have it. If he didn't want it, it wouldn't have it. How domineering was this? Previously, they thought that they had one. However, everything was still in the palm of Lin Ling's hand. Could it be that your boundary essence has reached 20%? The 400 million Great Devil Kings suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. To be able to change the void passage, 10% of boundary essence shouldn't be able to do so. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master's face was also ashen. We have lost this battle. In fact, from the beginning, you could have used your aura to kill us. However, you didn't. You let us see hope, but you killed it. You are so hateful. However, before I die, I want to know if you have 20% of boundary essence. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked indifferently, why do you want to know? Why? Because young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence is definitely more than 10%. There will be a great battle between you two. Therefore, we want to know the result. Because if you only have 10% of boundary essence, then there is no hope of winning. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master seemed to have aged a lot. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, perhaps they knew that they were going to die, so they wanted to know the answer. Because after the answer was clear, they would also know what the chances of Lin Ling winning against the Godly Kingdom were. Actually, you two should have guessed it. And Lin Ling finally nodded. As soon as these words fell, the two great devil kings felt as if they were struck by lightning. Indeed, they guessed that Lin Ling had 20% of boundary essence. And now, this guess was confirmed. As expected of the number one genius of the human world. Such a monster convinced them wholeheartedly. They could die in peace. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling had 30% of boundary essence and could use boundary essence martial arts to erupt with 40% of boundary essence, then they would be even more shocked. Perhaps we are going to die, so I hope that you can win this battle. Because you represent our world. I also hope that you can defeat the genius from the martial god realm. Lin Ling, good luck. The two great devil kings looked at each other. At this moment, they finally obeyed Lin Ling. Unfortunately, all of this came a little too late. Because, in the past, they curried favor with young Master Thousand Face because they could survive and become stronger. But now, they were going to die. Therefore, in their selfishness, they hoped that the genius from their hometown could win. Or perhaps, they were extremely displeased in their hearts when they saw the arrogant and brutal young Master Thousand Face. Thanks. Lin Ling smiled coldly and turned to leave. He sighed in his heart. In the past, when the demon race invaded, he had seen the battle between the 400 million great devil kings and martial god Tianyu. At that time, he was very weak and could only watch from afar. He was even surprised that the 400 million great devil kings had 400 million laws. However, through his hard work, the existence that he had to look up to was actually easily defeated by him. Boom! Almost at the same time, the two great devil kings' bodies exploded. Endless light floated towards Lin Ling. It was the stone sculptures that they had on them. Instantly, Lin Ling's left eye flickered. It was martial arts, countless martial arts. It was also the experience that he had gained from fighting in the martial god realm. Rumble. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. Lin Ling's cultivation had finally reached the rank 7 martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm had 3 watersheds. From the rank 7 martial emperor realm onwards, that was the final watershed. Of course, if one wanted to break through the martial emperor realm and become a true world lord, their boundary essence must be converted to 100%. Rumble. As Lin Ling's aura exploded, turbulent laws rippled out. The number of laws in Lin Ling's body reached 30 million. Chapter 22:35. Unifying the demon realm, he broke through. Even if he didn't use any law martial arts, his own laws are already 30 million. How terrifying. I'm afraid no one in this world is his match even if he doesn't use his realm. Our chances of winning this Genesis battle are getting higher and higher. The Eastern Demon King and the others were extremely excited. They had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step and eventually become the sovereign realm above their heads. As for the Crystal Master and the rest of the army, their faces were pale. Their Demon King was dead. Now, there were only 2 Demon Kings left in the Demon Realm. This also meant that the Demon Realm was unified. And there was only one person who changed this terrifying situation, and that was Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao dominated the world in the past and changed the situation of the world. Today, Lin Ling has done it again. This is history repeating itself. The Eastern Demon King had the deepest understanding. As a senior, he felt like he had watched the 2 juniors grow up crazily and dominate the world once again. Eastern Demon King, Xian Yuan Gu, is fine now. I'll leave the matters of the demon realm to you. I'll kill my way to the godly kingdom now. Lin Ling said with a smile after sensing the changes in his body. He should still be missing 3 stone statue fragments. If he could get them, then all the memories of Li Xiaoyao in the martial god realm would be returned. He urgently wanted to know where the spacetime divine steel was and how Li Xiaoyao died. Do you need our help? The Eastern Demon King asked at this time. Up to you. Go and take a look when you have time. If you don't, then deal with the matters of the demon realm. Lin Ling said and strode away. Looking at the free and easy back view, the Eastern Demon King laughed and looked at the demons. Everyone, do you want to go? Yes, this battle is no longer a battle between the races. It's a battle between the demon race, the human race, and the divine race. It's also a battle between the geniuses of our world and the geniuses of the martial god realm. As the bloodline of this world, how can we not go? We support Lord Lin Ling. The army was silent for a moment. Then, many hot-blooded voices finally erupted. At present, there were only 2 great demon kings in the demon race, but they only acknowledged Lin Ling as the #1 emperor in this world. What about you guys? The great demon king of the East also wanted to go. After all, he did not want Lin Ling to fight alone. Therefore, he looked at the crystal master of the devil kingdom and his army. Before the devil nation's crystal master and the others died, they hoped that Lord Lin Ling would win. So, let's go too. Although we are not on the same side as Lin Ling, we are of the same bloodline. As for the past grudges, they have been blown away by the wind with the death of the devil kingdom's crystal master and the others. As long as Lord Lin Ling doesn't mind, we are willing to fight for him. The army on the other side immediately roared. From the perspective of a battle between 2 armies, Lin Ling was actually their enemy. However, from the perspective of righteousness, Lin Ling was actually their lord. This was because Lin Ling represented the proudest genius of this world. Good. After making some preparations, we will set off immediately. Great Demon King Gu Hai immediately smiled. His beautiful eyes looked in the direction Lin Ling disappeared. He never expected that the youth he met when he sold the mountain back then would dominate this world today. Ha! I heard that fighting alongside Lin Ling is an extremely honorable thing. I have always envied Lin Ling's subordinates. However, now that there are external enemies, I can put down my pride and follow Lin Ling to kill the enemies. The great demon king of the East was very excited, laughing loudly. He was a great demon king. Naturally, he could not put down his pride and become Lin Ling's subordinate. However, he now had an excuse to follow Lin Ling with a clear conscience. This was because he could not resist the experts of the martial god realm. He could only rely on Lin Ling. After Lin Ling left the demon domain, he quickly appeared in Xianping province. When he appeared, he could not help but be shocked. This was because this vast land was now overcrowded with people. At a glance, one could not see the end of it. Lord Lin Ling. When Lin Ling appeared, they shouted in unison. It was like a wave crashing against him. It was shocking. Why are there so many people? Lin Ling asked in surprise. Ling, when we were waiting for you, all the martial artists of the Xianhuang, Xianyuan, Xianping, Spirit Race, and Saint's Great Domain gathered here. They heard that you were going to kill your way into the godly nation and eliminate all the opponents. Therefore, they came to support you as the king. In the distance, Ancestor Taiyan walked over and said excitedly. In the past, Lin Ling was the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Later, he became the legend of the Rainforest Sacred Land. Later, he became the legend of the Xianping province. However, now, Lin Ling had unified this world. Such glory and achievements made him feel extremely proud. However, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. After going to the martial god realm, he did not care about these false titles. However, this world did not belong to him, Lin Ling. If others wanted to participate in this battle, then let them. Lin Ling, we're here. At this moment, in the demon domain's void passage, a large number of demons arrived. Their imposing manner made the experts of the human race feel as if they were facing a great enemy. We are now comrades. Seeing this scene, the great demon king of the East smiled bitterly. He also knew that the human race was still very prejudiced against the demon race. However, no one believed his words. This made him smile even more bitterly. He did not have enough prestige. He immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, "These guys are on the same path as us. No need to be too nervous. With Lin Ling's words, the human race martial artists naturally believed him. They looked at the endless number of experts in the sky and on the ground. They were all excited. Especially Ancestor Taiyan, Lin Yi, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, and the others. They were more excited than anyone else because this moment of glory belonged to Lin Ling. In the creation battle, the demon race has been eliminated. Only the god race and the turtle race are left. Lin Ling did not want to talk too much. He raised his sword. His clear eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Images of his fallen comrades appeared in his mind. It was everyone's thoughts. It was his grandfather's severed arm. So, it was time to end it. Go! Go! Under Lin Ling's giant stride, the martial artists in the sky were like locusts, majestically heading towards the nation of God. In this world, the pinnacle battle had completely begun. At this moment, in the Sun God Nation, the Sun God King, the evil Ghost Emperor, and the Soul King all had extremely serious expressions. Not long ago, they received news that Lin Ling had killed the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and 2 Demon Kings. And now that the creation battle had begun, many ancient giants had died at Lin Ling's hands. There was the Yellow Spring Emperor, the Immortal God King, the Drunken Immortal, the Death Arrow Martial God, the Fire Cloud God King, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master, the 400 Million Demon King, and the Billion Lives Demon King. Lin Ling was simply unstoppable. Chapter 22:36. Here he comes. Meanwhile, in the Sun God Kingdom, the Sun God Emperor, the Wraith Martial Monarch, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Soul Luo Dynasty wore stern looks. Not long ago, they had received the news that Lin Ling had killed the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom and 2 Demon Emperors. Since the battle of creation had begun, many ancient authorities had died to Lin Ling's hands, including the Yellow Spring Martial Monarch, the Immortal Drunken Wine, the Death Arrow Martial God, the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor, the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom, the 400 Million Demon Emperor, and the 100 Million Life Demon Emperor. Lin Ling was unstoppable. Most importantly, Lin Ling had invaded the godly kingdom. The greatest battle was about to take place. Are you scared? When you snatched Lin Ling's stone sculpture, you should have foreseen this outcome. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, the strongest martial monarch of the 4 great eras in the past, and he's still the strongest martial monarch of this world today. On the other side, martial god Tianyue and the guardian of the mortal realm burst out laughing. They were obviously severely injured, causing their auras to weaken. However, after learning about Lin Ling's achievement, they immediately became spirited and proud. After Lin Ling had surfaced, he had swept across the place like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. Shut up! The Sun God Emperor snapped furiously. That being said, they had no time to worry about martial god Tianyue and the others. They were all thinking of how to deal with Lin Ling. Slap yourself 3 times. However, at that instant, a cold yell could be heard coming from the sky. A young man wearing a golden robe slowly descended from the sky. The man had forcibly broken through the rift and stepped out from the path of the martial god realm. Young Master Thousand Face. The Sun God Emperor and the others were overjoyed when they saw the young man. As a side tribe of the Tating Commandery, you're afraid of a country bumpkin. How disgraceful. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed you all already. Now, slap yourself 3 times. The young man in the golden robe said coldly. He was none other than young Master Thousand Face. Lin Ling had destroyed one of his clones, which was equivalent to destroying 10% of his realm essence. Therefore, he was furious. Tating Commandery was one of the 4 upper commanderies in Qingzhou. It was as famous as Square Commandery, Only Me Commandery, and all the other commanderies. Even in Qingzhou, ordinary people dared not provoke them. However, in this rural area, there was a guy who dared to be so arrogant. He did not believe that the guy was evil. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, they were slapping their own faces. However, this was a happy slap because young Master Thousand Faces was here. Lin Ling, are you that powerful? God Realm Clan. Realm. Li God Realm. His dimensional origin has already surpassed 10%. Moreover, he's from the Qing province's martial god barracks. Young Master Thousand Faces gazed into the distance. His words caused the expressions of the Sun God King and the others to change drastically. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually go to the martial god barracks. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 genius of this world. However, it doesn't mean that he is a member of the martial gods camp. That place is extremely cruel. I guess he came back after being eliminated. After all, as far as I know, even Princess Tang Yue of Square Commandery entered the martial gods camp by luck and became a commander. However, a princess of Shang Commandery only has such a low status. Who is Lin Ling? I'm afraid he didn't even enter the martial gods camp. Young Master Thousand Face said disdainfully. That's right. Although Lin Ling is a monstrous genius, he is only a monstrous genius in our world. In the myriad worlds, he is trash. The Sun God King immediately began to flatter him. Don't worry. I will definitely kill Lin Ling. Everyone who is with him will also die. What you need to do now is to find him for me. Young Master Thousand Face narrowed his eyes. His fists were clenched and unclenched as killing intent filled the air. Hearing this, the Sun God King was about to speak. Rumble. However, at this moment, the heavens and earth shook and rumbled continuously. The entire palace seemed to have collapsed, causing the expressions of young Master Thousand Face and the others to change instantly. In the next moment, the magnificent palace collapsed and the surrounding sky and earth appeared before their eyes. Chapter 2237. To kill with a single stroke, not bad, full confidence. Young Master Thousand Faces shouted coldly. Then I'll say it too. I'm 100% confident that I can kill you. Lin Ling finally unleashed his killing intent. The sword in his hand glowed with resplendent light. Boundary energy enveloped the sword and its aura was extremely sharp. On the other side, young Master Thousand Faces also erupted with boundary essence, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Seeing that the great battle was about to begin, the crowd held their breaths. They became even more nervous and expectant. Young Master Thousand Faces from Grand Court Commandery. Why is he here in the North Territory? At this moment, in a distant place, several figures stood in the void, watching the battle on the ground. There were 4 of them, a middle-aged man, an old man, and a slightly cold woman. All 3 of them possessed unfathomable strength because they could enter the path of the martial god at will. I didn't expect that young Master Thousand Faces would come to the North Territory. The woman's eyes flickered. This young Master Thousand Faces possesses the Myriad Metal King body. He's currently training in the Myriad Worlds with the goal of entering the Tsangling Academy. So it's not strange for him to appear here. The old man among them smiled faintly and said, Miss Rosa, you and young Master Thousand Face are both successors of the 4 upper commanderies. Your goal is also the 3 academies. Therefore, you should take a good look at young Master Thousand Faces' battle and see the gap between you two. Uncle Luo, I will. The cold woman nodded slightly, and her right hand tightened her grip on the sword. The descendants of the 4 upper commanderies of Qingzhou were all exceptional. She knew that Tang Yue from Square Commandery had entered the Martial Gods Battalion and even became the commander of the Federation. She wanted to use the Martial Gods Battalion as a springboard to enter the 3 academies. She was confident that she was not weaker than Tang Yue. She would definitely succeed. As for young Master Thousand Faces, there was no need to mention him. This person was extremely famous in the four upper commanderies, and his strength was something that even she had to look up to. Who is that kid? He actually dares to fight young Master Thousand Faces. His courage is not bad. At this time, one of the middle-aged men said. Just a sparring partner. However, for someone in the north to comprehend realm essence, it is worthy of praise. The old man shook his head and laughed. From his words, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Rosa, pay more attention to young Master Thousand Faces. See how he uses his boundary essence. Moreover, if you confuse your boundary essence with your innate talent, entering the three great academies won't be a problem for you. The old man said again. The cold woman immediately nodded. Inside the nation of God, two figures were clashing with each other. It was getting scarier and scarier. It was like two worlds were colliding. You're from Tating Commandery, but you don't even dare to attack. I feel ashamed for your Tating Commandery. However, if you don't attack, I'll attack first. But soon, Lin Ling raised his sword. His boundary essence roared like a bolt of thunder, causing his huge sword to be surrounded by lightning snakes that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. He pounced over. He didn't use any laws, just pure realm essence. That was because only Jia Yuan could injure someone as strong as young Master Thousand Face. Rumble. That sword strike seemed to have extracted the power of an entire world. Ignorant child, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Seeing that Lin Ling attacked first, young Master Thousand Face shouted coldly. A pure silver earring appeared in his hand and kept enlarging. It was as if he was holding a moon ring. A large amount of boundary essence shot out like thousands of arrows towards Lin Ling. Last time, you were just lucky to win. You only have more than 10% of your boundary essence. I've seen many experts like you. Shoo! Shoo! The arrow-like boundary essence shot towards Lin Ling like meteors. Pure silver earring. In the void, the cold woman's expression suddenly changed. It seems that Tating Commandery is very generous to give such a treasure to young Master Thousand Face. That immortal weapon isn't weak. It can increase the user's control over their boundary essence. Rosa, remember, if everyone has the same boundary essence, then the control will determine the outcome. The old man didn't forget to remind the woman. He then sighed, it's a pity that the opponent is too weak. It's hard to see through young Master Thousand Faces' strength in this battle. Hearing that, the woman also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the sky was filled with boundary essence, causing the sky of the godly kingdom to darken. Break! Facing the arrow-like boundary essence, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He swung the sword and cut off all means of retreat. Boom! 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 The boundary essence that approached Lin Ling were all cut apart. Although there are more boundary essence scattered, its power is also weaker. Lin Ling shouted coldly. At the same time, young Master Thousand Face frowned. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light passed through the arrow-like boundary essence and slashed fiercely. Moreover, it kept enlarging in his eyes, causing young Master Thousand Face's eyes to be filled with shock. At this moment, he roared and raised the pure silver earring in front of him. He also activated all his boundary essence in an attempt to block the sword. In the sky, the old man cried out in surprise, boundary essence release. As for the cold-looking woman, her eyes narrowed. That was because releasing boundary essence meant that boundary essence would break out of one's body and increase the attack range. She had just reached this level of cultivation. However, this unknown young man had succeeded in doing so. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. Young Master Thousand Face was surprised as well. This allowed him to realize that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the last battle with Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was yet to come. When the sword collided with his pure silver earring, the ring emitted a clear sound. In the next moment, the pure silver earring shattered. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword didn't stop slashing. It passed by young Master Thousand Face's neck and directly cut off his head. 20% of boundary essence. Young Master Thousand Face let out a sharp cry at practically the same moment his head was cut off. The shock in his voice was even stronger. Because as far as he was concerned, Lin Ling had only surpassed 10% of boundary essence. Who knew that Lin Ling actually possessed 20% of boundary essence? This had exceeded his expectations once again. As for the few people in the sky in the distance, they were completely silent at this moment. They originally thought that Lin Ling was just a sparring partner. Who would have thought that young Master Thousand Face would be killed with a single strike? Wasn't this a little too fast? Master, that young man doesn't seem to be simple. The woman called Rosa spoke solemnly. He really can't be underestimated. Unfortunately, he encountered young Master Thousand Face. He's still going to fall in the end. The old man shook his head. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength, he still knew that Lin Ling wasn't a match for young Master Thousand Face. As for the middle-aged man beside him, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph. How audacious." That country bumpkin crippled one of young Master Thousand Face's clones. He's simply courting death by offending Grand Court County. Luo Tian, don't be impatient. Young Master Thousand Face can deal with it himself. The old man said. At this moment, everyone in the Sun God Nation exclaimed in surprise. One strike. Lin Ling actually killed young Master Thousand Face with one strike. This was too fast. Chapter 2238. Another doppelganger. When everyone saw this scene, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Young Master Thousand Face was not dead. Could it be that this expert from the martial god realm had an immortal body? Lin Ling, you'll have to bear my wrath forever. After young Master Thousand Face walked out, his face became ferocious because Lin Ling had destroyed another doppelganger of his. This was something he did not expect. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Qing province. I'm a true genius of the martial god world. I'm going to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. You trash, you ant, you trash. You actually destroyed 2 of my doppelgangers. That's equivalent to destroying 20% of my realm essence. You're making me so angry. You made me lose the opportunity to enter the 3 great academies. Young Master Thousand Face roared, causing the ground to explode and the sky to shatter like glass. He was furious. Everyone could see that he was furious. Of course, this was not difficult to understand because he had split into 8 doppelgangers and entered the myriad realms to gain enlightenment. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of Qing province. But now, that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. So, how could he not be angry? All of you will be buried with me. On his body, the pure silver earring floated and shot out a large amount of boundary essence. If the boundary essence before was countless arrows, then the boundary essence now was like tentacles that wanted to kill everyone. Great desolate golden boundary. A cold shout, with madness, spread throughout the godly kingdom. A low-grade boundary essence martial art formed 30% of the boundary essence. In the void, the expressions of the mysterious experts changed drastically. They did not expect young Master Thousand Face's boundary essence to be even more terrifying than they imagined. They immediately looked at Lin Ling, knowing that Lin Ling could make young Master Thousand Face use 30% of his boundary essence. This was already very powerful. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. He leaped up, held the sword with both hands, and slashed down like a battle axe. At this moment, the boundary essence was colorful. He knew that young Master Thousand Faces was extremely furious, but young Master Thousand Faces did not know that he, Lin Ling, was even more furious. Because young Master Thousand Faces had killed too many of Lin Ling's men. Furthermore, it was because young Master Thousand Faces had severed his grandfather's arm. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. This guy is crazy. In the void, those people's pupils suddenly constricted. They thought that it would be hard for Lin Ling to resist the arrival of young Master Thousand Face's new clone. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually choose to meet force with force? 30% of Jia Yuan. Compared to the geniuses from all over the world, that is an extremely rare existence. Does that fellow know what he is doing? The woman called Rosa sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is dead for sure. In the nation of God, the Sun God King and the others clenched their fists. They were confident that Lin Ling would lose. In contrast to their confidence, Elder Taiyan and the others clenched their fists. In truth, they were also confused as to why Lin Ling had chosen to meet force with force. Die! The pure silver earring released an even more ferocious light as if the power of a world had arrived. Kacha! Almost at the same time, the sword in the sky ruthlessly slashed down. It was as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. The power of the boundary origin also increased from 20% to 30%. You aren't the only one with 30% of Jia Yuan. Lin Ling's roar came at the same time. In that instant, young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was still hiding his strength. This guy was actually so strong. His heart was in complete chaos. Kacha! However, that sword told him that if anyone dared to behave atrociously in Lin Ling's territory, no matter how many clones they had, no matter how grand their identities were, they would all die. 30% of Jia Yuan collided with 30% of Jia Yuan. In the beginning, Lin Ling's sword and the pure silver earring were evenly matched. However, when Lin Ling's Jia Yuan increased again, cracks appeared on the pure silver earring before it completely exploded. Whoosh! That sword was like cutting tofu as it slashed down fiercely. You! Young Master Thousand Faces let out an angry roar. In the next moment, he was split in two. Another doppelganger died. Seeing this, the entire land and even the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone thought that young Master Thousand Faces would be enraged and that there would be a bitter battle. Who knew that young Master Thousand Faces would still be killed by Lin Ling's sword after saying so much? What kind of irony was this? To young Master Thousand Faces, what kind of humiliation was this? It was equivalent to being slapped twice in the face. Dead again. Sun God Monarch and the others were trembling. Lin Ling's sword was too crazy. It was as if he had no limit. Kill. In the sky, Lin Ling's face was cold as he pointed his sword to the ground. The martial artists of the nation of God were at a loss. Their greatest reliance had been killed again. Sun God Monarch and the others were also at a loss. They were even afraid. Unfortunately, what welcomed them was the army's attack. The martial artists of the nation of God immediately let out a large number of painful cries. Lin Ling did not make any move. He looked indifferently at the void. Young Master Thousand Faces was a genius of the martial god realm. His strength was indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the opponent underestimated him too much. His clones came one after another and could only be killed one by one. If young Master Thousand Faces combined his 8 clones, then Lin Ling would have to dodge the attack. However, next would be the strongest battle. Lin Ling was looking forward to it because he also wanted to test out his black sword record. Boom! Not long after, the void exploded. 5 figures walked out of the void at the same time. These 5 people were wearing the same clothes. It was young Master Thousand Faces. This time, young Master Thousand Faces had gathered all his clones. Moreover, after he appeared, he did not say a word. He directly merged his clones. He wanted to use his new strength to kill Lin Ling. Now, not only was he furious, but he had also lost his mind. A mouse destroyed a nest of soup. Lin Ling, damn it. 5 clones. I'm afraid he can merge 50% of his realm essence. What a pity. If young Master Thousand Faces did not underestimate his opponent, he would not have wasted 20% of his realm essence. The battle is over. In the void, the few people shook their heads. In fact, until now, they still did not think that Lin Ling could survive. However, Lin Ling had cut down 2 of young Master Thousand Faces' clones. This was enough to be proud of. Where did this junior come from? Why is he so powerful? Rosa was a little surprised. She was a little sad because Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than hers. She came from the 4 great commanderies, but Lin Ling was just a nobody. You don't have to feel inferior. A dead genius is no longer a genius. The old man sensed Rosa's thoughts and immediately shouted coldly. In fact, he was a little angry because that ant-like existence was actually stronger than Rosa. Why? However, he soon stopped worrying because Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Lin Ling, very good. Very good. At the same time, the golden light in the sky shone brightly. A figure that seemed to be formed by metal quietly appeared and kept changing. Gradually, it turned into young Master Thousand Faces' appearance. At this moment, his aura changed and became calm. He stretched out his right hand. His arm was actually formed by metal. If one looked carefully, there were many golden mountains, seas, and cities carved on his arm. Chapter 2239. The Terror of 50% Boundary Essence. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook once again as if they had encountered a collision with another world. You destroyed 3 of my clones. How do you think I should kill you? The corner of young Master Thousand Faces' mouth moved slightly as his crazy voice spread out. If you can kill me, then come at me. Lin Ling's expression became slightly solemn when he faced young Master Thousand Faces' terrifying aura because he noticed that young Master Thousand Face actually possessed 50% of his realm essence. However, his sword had already been drawn, so this battle of creation was bound to end. I really don't understand. Why would a lowly person like you dare to kill 3 of my clones? Don't you feel inferior? Can't you be like an ant and let me kill you? Why do you have to waste my time and let all my clones come here? You're really despicable. You're so lowly that you look down on yourself. Young Master Thousand Face moved. Like a golden flood, it surged towards Lin Ling and formed a terrifying boundary essence attack. Rumble. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He raised his sword to block and used 30% of his boundary essence to resist. Without a doubt, 30% boundary essence couldn't block 50% boundary essence. I'm indeed inferior to you. However, there's a peaceful place in my heart that no one can invade. Otherwise, even if I'm a lowly ant, I'll still kill my enemies. Lin Ling let out a determined voice as he resisted the terrifying golden flood. Flames bloomed from his left eye. Those were the flames of battle. Li Xiaoyao in the past and Lin Ling today, they both fought to protect the peaceful place in their hearts. They didn't retreat in the past, so how could they retreat today? Rumble. The golden torrent was slashed apart by Lin Ling's attack, but it didn't take long for the torrent to merge once more and transform into young Master Thousand Face. Boring ant. What do you mean by protecting the peaceful place in your heart? That's a joke. You're only qualified to say that if you can survive. Gold King Heavenly Compass. 50% boundary essence erupted once again. Young Master Thousand Face turned into a golden compass with a large number of complicated imprints on it. It spiraled continuously and swept towards Lin Ling. Under the rotation of the compass, the sky was directly cut open. It was as if the top half of a bottle was cut off, revealing the mysterious void. This feng shui compass was so terrifying. It could be said that in Lin Ling's world, there had never been anyone who could slice open the sky. Young Master Thousand Faces was the only one. How terrifying! The crowd was trembling with fear. This was truly a disaster. And in the void, Rosa saw that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence was growing stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Senior Luo Yunquan, could it be that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence and talent have succeeded in the initial fusion? In the Martial Emperor realm, talent and boundary essence were separated. Boundary essence was obviously more powerful, while talent could only use the power of laws. However, if boundary essence was converted to 100%, it could be combined with talent to form an even more powerful attack. There is no initial fusion, but there should be some resonance. This young Master Thousand Faces is comprehending in the Golden Sky King realm, and can already extract the world essence of that realm. The old man said solemnly. He didn't expect young Master Thousand Faces to be even stronger than he imagined. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, didn't you also want to protect your world? Why don't you dare to speak now? The sky continued to be sliced open. The huge compass slashed towards Lin Ling, and Lin Ling raised his sword to block. However, cracks appeared on his sword. He couldn't block it. Because the difference was too great. Of course, this was normal. Young Master Thousand Faces had 50% of his boundary essence, and Lin Ling only had 30%. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation, he would have been killed. Dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling's soul force erupted, and he finally dodged the terrifying compass. After all, if they continued to clash, even if Lin Ling was fine, his sword would break. You escaped, but what's the use? You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. The golden compass let out a disdainful voice, and once again swept towards Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling's life was in danger, Elder Tai Yen, Lord Shui Wu, and the others anxiously shouted. After all, a genius from the martial god realm was not someone Lin Ling could resist. However, they didn't think that Lin Ling was unbearable, because it was unfair between the two. Young Master Thousand Faces came from the martial god realm, and he had endless resources since he was young. Lin Ling came from this world, and he had nothing. Everything he had was obtained through his own efforts. Father, you can do it. Lin Yi also clenched his fists, and his face was filled with excitement. His father was undefeatable, and he definitely wouldn't lose. Ha, that's your son, right? Good, good, good. Lin Ling, I won't kill you quickly. I will cripple you, and then let your son die in front of you. Young Master Thousand Faces seemed to have heard Lin Yi's voice, and his laughter became even more wild and wanton. 3 of his clones had been crippled by Lin Ling, and now he would definitely torture Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling, that's your wife, right? Ha, I will treat them well. The arrogant voice resounded in the sky, causing everyone's face to turn solemn. At this moment, they could only watch young Master Thousand Faces do whatever he wanted. Clang! 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 Lin Ling's eyes turned red, and he continued to use his sword to resist the golden compass. However, in his mind, the martial arts from the sword realm quietly floated. The sword realm, the realm of thousands of swords, was the home of swords. There were countless martial arts of swords there, and the realm origin of swords was the birthplace of swords. 10 years of sharpening a sword. Sword cultivators had to endure the boredom and sharpen their swords day by day. Only then would they know the birth of swords and the world of swords. If you dare to touch them, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Ling's angry roar also floated out at this moment. His sword kept resisting the golden compass, but no one saw that the realm origin in his sword was also increasing crazily. That kind of feeling was like sharpening a sword day by day, and the moment the sword was drawn out, ghosts and gods would weep. "Ha, you are angry. I like to see you angry, but this is not enough. Those are your subordinates, right? Don't worry, I want all of them to die. Are there 100 million people here? Or 10 billion people? They will all die because of you. Children, old people, women, I will not let them go. Regret it, be afraid, the great calamity of the world is about to begin." The deranged voice sounded as if it was the mandate of heaven, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. As for the Sun God King and the others, they were incomparably excited. "That's right, kill them all, don't leave a single one alive, and destroy this realm." Crazy. These people were crazy, and they actually wanted to destroy this realm. Even Rosa frowned in the void. This is too much of a massacre. They're just ants. Don't mind them. Rosa, you only need to know that these ants are born to serve the martial god world. If their deaths can allow you to convert more world essence, that's their fortune. The old man said expressionlessly. Rosa wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she fell silent. Chapter 22:40. Finishing touch. What? You don't dare to speak. Are you afraid? I've long thought that what you said before was just hypocrisy. When you're close to death, you only care about yourself. Young Master Thousand Face said in a mocking tone. He noticed that Lin Ling was silent. In fact, Lin Ling was comprehending the black sword record. With every block, he seemed to be sharpening his sword. Look, this is your overlord Lin Ling. He doesn't dare to speak. You've been deceived. Young Master Thousand Face said again. This time, he said it to Lin Ling's relatives and brothers. He wanted them to curse Lin Ling. Bullshit. However, at that moment, an angry roar came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and found that it was Lin Yi who spoke. You trash, how can you compare to my father? I believe in my father. Lin Yi walked out and looked ahead with determination. You! Young Master Thousand Face immediately shouted angrily. He didn't expect that he would explode with such power. That ant wasn't afraid of him. I also believe in Lord Lin Ling. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. The crowd took a step forward and shouted in unison. The people who were previously terrified stood up at that moment. They couldn't let Lord Lin Ling fight alone. They had to stand with Lord Lin Ling. To be able to follow Lord Lin Ling for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have any regrets even if they died. That was because Lord Lin Ling had done too much for them. I believe in Ling, Ancestor Tai Yen also roared and waved his single arm. His aura was magnificent. Under his voice, the entire Sun God nation, and even the entire world, roared. They would rather die than live in dishonor. Although they were lowly, they would never be afraid or beg for mercy. They would rather die to protect their homeland. All of you are courting death. Young Master Thousand Face became more and more angry. Why weren't these ants afraid of him? He still wanted these ants to side with him and betray Lin Ling. At that time, he would let Lin Ling see how pathetic he was. However, his calculations were wrong. This bunch of idiots. Young Master Thousand Faces must kill them all. The Sun God Monarch and the others were also enraged. These lowly ants actually dared to be arrogant even when death was at hand. Good, let's kill that old bastard first. After young Master Thousand Faces became angry, he immediately let out a sinister laugh. The golden compass gave up on Lin Ling and actually flew towards Ancestor Extreme Flame. Seeing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame sneered and did not retreat at all. He allowed the astral wind to blow against his aged face. Ling, you should be proud enough in this lifetime. Grandpa is proud of you. His heroic voice spread across the land. This old man was indeed Lin Ling's grandfather. He had the same pride as Lin Ling. Clang! However, just as the compass was getting closer and closer to Patriarch Extreme Flame, a sword appeared and slashed at the compass. Lin Ling had arrived. Boom! The two forces collided. Lin Ling undoubtedly failed to block, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his spine was still straight as he angrily looked ahead. Enough! Enough! After that crazy block, he finally understood what it meant to sharpen a sword for 10 years. To sharpen a sword, one had to cultivate the black sword record personally. However, to forge a sword, one needed fire. It needed to be tempered, and this required the help of fire. As for the fire, it was an external force. For example, young Master Thousand Faces' crazy attack. This meant that young Master Thousand Faces' previous attack was in fact constantly tempering the sword. Until the sword was out of the furnace. Have you said enough? The astral wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, causing it to flutter, revealing the cold and emotionless eyes beneath his forehead. He held the sword and indifferently stared ahead. You've finally decided to die for them. Young Master Thousand Faces sneered. In the next moment, he swept towards Lin Ling. Golden essence seemed to want to cut apart the world. Sharpen a sword for 10 years. At the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. The sword was blunt, but it carried the perseverance, patience, and determination of sharpening a sword. Clang! The sword and the golden compass collided, erupting into waves of essence that soared into the sky. It ferociously destroyed the earth and sky. 40% of the essence was released from the sword in Lin Ling's hand. This sword blocked young Master Thousand Faces' attack. Young Master Thousand Faces let out a surprised sound. He did not expect Lin Ling to be able to block 50% of his essence. Interesting. I heard that when one is close to death, one's potential can be stimulated. It seems that this is true. However, 40% of the essence is still too weak. His voice was filled with disdain. The golden compass circled once again. It shone brightly and an even more terrifying power erupted. 50% of the essence poured out at this moment. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling in one strike. Let's see how you block it. A contemptuous voice spread through the sky. It's over. In the void, the old man said directly. He could see that Lin Ling already had no way out. Because if he retreated, his friends and family behind him would die. Therefore, Lin Ling could only face it head-on. He could not dodge. However, what surprised him was that behind Lin Ling, no one moved. Their expressions did not even change. They were not afraid of death. This guy called Lin Ling really has people's hearts. Those people are willing to die for him. It makes me a little jealous. The old man said with a frown. The others were also jealous. Because it was not difficult to make the weak submit. However, to make the weak submit willingly, that was very difficult. Just a bunch of ants. Because of jealousy, those mysterious experts all laughed mockingly. They looked at Lin Ling again. At first, they thought that Lin Ling would panic and even want to escape. However, he did not. Lin Ling just stood there quietly, as if he was not moved by the world. At this moment, they all admired him. Even young Master Thousand Face was slightly surprised. Then, he suddenly saw Lin Ling smile. That smile was very cold, but it was filled with strong confidence. It's over. In fact, he even heard Lin Ling spit out a sentence indifferently. It's over. Could it be that Lin Ling had given up? He could not help but be even more confused. However, the answer was no. Because Lin Ling had made a move. After 10 years of polishing the sword, it was the dragon's finishing touch. The second level of the Black Sword record, the dragon's finishing touch. That sword instantly exploded with 50% of the boundary essence. The sword pointed out as if it was piercing through the clouds. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. 50% of the boundary essence collided, causing the old man in the void to gasp. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened. Because he could see that the sword actually exploded with the power of space. That was spatial boundary essence. One had to know that the cultivation of the martial emperor realm was to convert boundary essence. Only after the boundary essence was successfully converted could it be fused with one's talent. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some extremely mysterious people liked to break the rules. Before the boundary essence was successfully converted, they had already begun to fuse with their talent. These people were called martial god geniuses. And now, there was one in front of them. Chapter 2241. Only Luo family, how is this possible? After colliding with Lin Ling's sword, young Master Thousand Face was disdainful at first, then he was stunned. Finally, he let out an angry roar. The sword in front of him was so firm, as if it could destroy anything. The terrifying spatial energy caused the golden compass to stop spinning. Moreover, the sword stabbed out, causing the golden compass to collapse. The golden liquid splashed in all directions and disappeared into the sky. Young Master Thousand Face's body suddenly appeared. However, there was a sword in front of him that pierced through his chest like an awl, causing him to be in a mess. Plop! A head fell to the ground, shocking everyone. Previously, Lin Ling was surrounded by perils. Everyone thought that he was bound to lose. But who knew that Lin Ling finally drew his sword? That sword overturned the universe and directly defeated young Master Thousand Face. What? That young man won. That's a boundary realm martial art. It's at least a second-grade martial art. With his strength and age, how could he have successfully comprehended it? How could a martial god realm genius be born in such a rural place? The expressions of the experts in the sky changed at this moment. Young Master Thousand Face was an extremely powerful genius in the 4 great commanderies. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. The only people who could compete with him were the top geniuses of the martial god world. But now, a country bumpkin had defeated him with a single sword strike. This was like a dream. Bang! At this moment, there was a roar. Lin Ling smashed down from the sky. He held his sword diagonally. The tip of the sword scraped the ground, causing sparks to fly as he walked forward. At the same time, everyone saw that young Master Thousand Face was not dead. What a terrifying guy. He was only left with a head and he was not dead. Of course, this was related to his talent. In fact, he was a metal man. However, when he saw Lin Ling walking over, young Master Thousand Face was completely afraid. His 8 doppelgangers had been killed by Lin Ling. The boundary realm that he had painstakingly cultivated had also gone down the drain. Moreover, he realized that he had been tricked. Lin Ling had not released his powerful strength at the beginning. Instead, he had slowly nibbled away at him. Otherwise, with the fusion of his 8 doppelgangers, he would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. Go on, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, looking extremely evil. I won't let you go. I'm the young master of Tating Commandery. I'm practicing nature golden tactics. I won't die. The head on the ground let out a resentful voice that made one's scalp go numb. Hee hee, that's right. I like to kill this kind of tough guy the most. Moreover, I like to see my opponent's anger, but unable to do anything about it. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even more evil. Young Master Thousand Faces was naturally infuriated, but he was truly helpless against Lin Ling. One could imagine how he felt. In reality, I was only playing with you before because this is my first time cultivating the realm origin martial arts, so I needed a sparring partner. Lin Ling arrived in front of young Master Thousand Faces and stepped on his head. This action was undoubtedly a thick humiliation to young Master Thousand Faces. However, although the humiliation was terrifying, Lin Ling's words shocked him even more. This was because Lin Ling had actually treated him as a sparring partner. He was young Master Thousand Faces. When had he ever been a sparring partner for an ant in the countryside? Even the faces of the few people in the void changed drastically. This guy was crazy. He was actually comprehending the martial arts just now. He's from Tating Commandery. Do you want the entire commandery to be destroyed by killing him? The old man couldn't take it anymore and finally walked out from the void. Although young Master Thousand Faces wasn't from Tating Commandery, his background wasn't small either. Therefore, if he could help, he would be indebted to him. Woo! 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 The old man's appearance was first accompanied by a cloud of sand, as if he was the king of the sand world. The crowd was shocked. Another expert had appeared. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. I thought you were just here to watch the show. In the end, you still came out. Hearing this, the eyes of the old man and the others flickered. That junior actually knew they were here. They thought that the junior would be very surprised by their appearance. I'm Luo Yunquan. I'm from Tating Commandery. The old man floated in the sky and said slowly. Don't talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? However, Lin Ling didn't give any face. He didn't even bother to know the name of the person who had come. At this moment, the few people were furious, especially the cold woman, Rosa. She reminded, Your Excellency, Tating Commandery is one of the 4 great commanderies in Qingzhou. You've already offended Tating Commandery. Do you want to offend Tating Commandery as well? Let me remind you, any expert from there can destroy this world if they come here. Ha! Ha! This young Master Thousand Faces said the same thing. But now... Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled coldly. His words made the faces of the few people freeze. In fact, they also thought that young Master Thousand Faces could destroy this world. However, what was the result? Young Master Thousand Faces was being stepped on by someone else. So, tell me your purpose. Lin Ling said again. This attitude was undoubtedly ignoring them. The anger in the few people's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Of course, they didn't expect that this matter had nothing to do with them. They rashly interfered. This was against the rules. In this world, there are nobles and lowly people. Young Master Thousand Faces is a noble person. The people of this world are ants. Sometimes, one must be very clear about one's status. The aura of the old man called Luo Yunquan became more and more terrifying. He actually had the strength of a sector lord. All the sector essence had been completely converted by him. This kind of strength was undoubtedly extremely terrifying to Lin Ling. However, since things had come to this, Lin Ling couldn't back down. Less bullshit. Tell me your purpose. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His attitude was also extremely domineering. You. Luo Yunquan obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He was actually not afraid of him. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Normally, in the North region, it was impossible for a genius like Lin Ling to appear. Moreover, even if his strength was not bad, he should be terrified and afraid when he saw him. However, Lin Ling was not. Could it be that this fellow had some background? Let him go and this matter will end here. How about it? Luo Yunquan's words weren't as domineering as before. This caused the several people beside him to be secretly surprised. Although Lin Ling could erupt with 50% of his sector essence's strength, they were much stronger. They shouldn't fear him. Ah, old man, are you dreaming? After learning of the other party's goal, Lin Ling contemptuously smiled. He cut off my grandfather's arm and turned my territory into a mess. You think I should let him go just because you say so? This attitude left Luo Yunquan even more surprised. It was as if Lin Ling was the master and they were the servants. Even young Master Thousand Faces was surprised. He was even more certain that when Lin Ling fought with him, he was only using him as a training partner. This was because when Lin Ling faced a World King powerhouse, he was also arrogant and unruly. You are too bold. Luo Yunquan frowned. Chapter 2242. Capture the flag. Luo Yunquan and the others laughed in anger. They had never seen such an arrogant junior. Luo Yunquan said, otherwise what? Otherwise, you can't leave this place. A voice filled with murderous intent floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. A rank 7 martial emperor guy was telling them that they couldn't leave this place. Ha, Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? Young Master Thousand Faces felt that Lin Ling was more arrogant than he had imagined. Bang! Lin Ling stepped on his head and rubbed it a few times. You trash, shut up. Trash. Veins popped out of young Master Thousand Faces' forehead. He had been cut in half by Lin Ling and only his head was left. He was indeed trash. I'll give you 3 breaths time to consider whether you want to leave or stay. Lin Ling looked at the sky. The few people in the sky were still laughing. However, the old man frowned. In his heart, he felt that Lin Ling was trying to scare them. However, Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Faces and created a miracle. Therefore, Lin Ling was a little mysterious. Of course, his rationality won over his hesitation. If he helped young Master Thousand Faces, he would be indebted to him. If he was scared away, what dignity would he have left? You don't have the right to threaten me. Luo Yunquan slapped out with his right hand. The sand in the sky gathered in his palm and turned into a fist-sized yellow ray of light that slammed toward Lin Ling. He was drawing the force of an entire realm. Ah, Lin Ling, you're dead meat. Young Master Thousand Faces immediately roared. He still didn't understand why Lin Ling was so strong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That old fart really dared to attack. With his strength, he obviously couldn't block Luo Yunquan's force of an entire realm. After all, it was 100% realm origin. Rumble. The pale yellow light enveloped Lin Ling and instantly exploded, turning into countless grains of sand. Then, it condensed towards Lin Ling. These grains of sand were very terrifying. Even if it was the power of a grain of sand, it could still destroy this world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was wrapped in sand, forming a huge ball of sand. The ball of sand kept shrinking, as if it wanted to squeeze Lin Ling's flesh and blood. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd held their breaths. They also knew that Lin Ling's current opponent was 100 times stronger than young Master Thousand Face. What arrogance! The middle-aged men beside Luo Yunquan all laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Luo Yunquan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. Boom! However, in the next moment, the sand in the sand world exploded, and a cold figure walked out like a god of death. This person was Lin Ling. This guy blocked 100% of the realm essence. This, how is this possible? He hasn't cultivated for a long time, how could he block Senior Luo's 100% realm essence? This sudden scene caused Luo Yunquan and the others to widen their eyes. Especially young Master Thousand Face. His heart was pounding. After all, he had already given Lin Ling enough attention, but who knew that he had still underestimated him? Because it was impossible for him to block the attack of a world king no matter what. It seems that you all want to die. After Lin Ling walked out, his voice became even colder. He had no enmity with these people, but they had actually attacked him. Just who are you? Luo Yunchuan's complexion was dignified. Only now did he discover that a flag had appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was this flag that had blocked his realm essence attack. I thought his strength had reached the World King realm, but it turns out that he relied on that treasure. That flag is a bit extraordinary. Letting him use it is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. The others also let out a light breath. They weren't as nervous as before, but they were curious as to what sort of treasure it was. Who I am has nothing to do with you. But, you seem to be interested in my flag. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Lin Ling coldly smiled and tossed out the white flag. This action left Luo Yunquan and the others dumbfounded. Such a precious treasure was being casually given away. Was this fellow an idiot? However, with the treasure in front of them, they naturally didn't think too much about it. Luo Yunquan directly caught the flag and examined it. He was immediately overjoyed. This treasure's origin isn't small at all. He never imagined that he would have such a harvest on his way here. This was because he could sense that this white flag was able to block 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Of course its origin isn't small. That is the Martial God Battalion's Bai Ling flag. Looking at the excited people, Lin Ling faintly smiled. Bai Ling flag. Luo Yunquan and the others had only heard of the Martial God Battalion. As for the Bai Ling flag, they really didn't know what it was. In fact, even in the Martial God Battalion, there weren't many people who knew what the Bai Ling flag was. With this flag, you can summon all the scouts of the Martial God Battalion, including the scout commander. Lin Ling said again. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others' eyes to narrow. They suddenly felt the flag in their hands become heavy. Was this flag so terrifying? No, this flag was only meant to scare them. How could that youth have the qualifications to summon all the scouts? Thinking this, Luo Yunquan waved the flag in his hands in disdain. He didn't believe that this flag was so fierce. But soon, his movements came to a stop. Sir! This was because ripples began to bloom in the void. The sky was directly torn open by a fist. Then, a large number of armored soldiers riding on war horses majestically walked in. These people were all people who had comprehended the world essence. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Moreover, Rosa recognized some of them. This was because they were the local geniuses of the Martial God Battalion. If these people appeared in the northern land, at least 80% of the places would be unable to stop their iron hooves. Dong dong dong. As the army entered the world, the war drums began to beat. Looking around, it was a magnificent army with thousands of soldiers and horses. The sound was deafening. Compared to them, the army of Xianping province in the distance was simply like a child. Could it be that they were summoned by this flag? Luo Yunquan was no fool, and he'd faintly guessed something. This meant that he hadn't obtained a treasure but a hot potato. After all, even though the banner had summoned a huge army, he wasn't a member of the Martial Gods Battalion. So, he directly offended the Martial Gods Battalion. In between fear and anxiety, the flag in his hand almost fell to the ground. How dare you! You dare to throw the flag of the Martial God Battalion's Grand Commander to the ground. That's blasphemy to the martial god battalion. Lin Ling directly roared. Thump. Luo Yunquan and the others trembled in their hearts. How could they dare to throw away such a hot potato? As for young Master Thousand Face, he also stared at the sky in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the guy he was fighting with was actually the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. Impudent! At this moment, a furious roar resounded from the army. A man in black armor walked out majestically at this moment. Even Lin Ling was surprised to see him. His strength was also at the Realm Lord level. With every step he took, the world shook. What powerful strength! Chapter 22:43. The reverse scale can't be touched. I'm Grand Commander Huang Qi of the Martial God Battalion. The black-armored man spoke in an icy cold voice. Thump. Luo Yunquan's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. This was a real Grand Commander. Even though he was from Solitude Commandery and was an extraordinary existence in Pine Prefecture, was there anyone in Pine Prefecture who didn't know how difficult it was to deal with the Martial God Battalion? It could be said that even if Grand Commander Huang Qi killed him, Solitude Commandery wouldn't fight the Martial God Battalion for him. After all, Luo Yunquan didn't have such qualifications. As for fighting force with force, that was even more impossible. Not to mention the army in the surroundings, just Grand Commander Huang Qi alone could annihilate him. How presumptuous of you! You actually dared to seize the flag of our Martial God Battalion. Grand Commander Huang Qi roared furiously. His black armor was awe-inspiring, and he was like the king of the army. Seize! Luo Yunquan opened his mouth wide and was unable to speak. He hadn't seized the flag, and it was Lin Ling who'd tossed it to him. Do you know what crime it is to seize a flag in the Martial God Battalion? Grand Commander Huang Qi spoke furiously once more. Spare me. Please spare me, Grand Commander. We didn't know that it was a flag. Ignorance isn't a crime. Luo Yunquan almost wanted to slap himself, and he hurriedly offered up the white flag with both hands. However, Grand Commander Huang Qi grunted coldly, I don't dare accept this flag. Luo Yunquan immediately gazed at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling gazed indifferently at him and said, Didn't you take a liking to this treasure? Why don't you want it now that I'm giving it to you? I don't dare accept it, I don't dare accept it. Luo Yunquan's voice carried a sobbing tone as he walked over to Lin Ling and offered up the flag with both hands. The white flag was like the imperial jade seal of the empire, and it could summon an army to attack. However, if it was used by someone other than the emperor, then it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. How could Luo Yunquan not know this principle? Didn't you want to kill me? Lin Ling spoke once more. How could I dare? My lord, everything from before was a misunderstanding. Young Master Thousand Face deserves death. He deserves it. Luo Yunquan hurriedly flattered because he knew that if he died here, the commandery wouldn't care about him. He would have died in vain. Lin Ling glanced at Chief Commander Huang Qi and saw the look in his eyes. Only then did he say, this matter can be settled privately. Hand over 50,000 divinity crystals as the cost of mobilizing the army, and then you can get lost. 50,000. Luo Yunquan's pupils shrank. After all, the Martial God Battalion had only rewarded Lin Ling with 3,000 divine crystals after he became a Grand Commander, yet 50,000 divine crystals was clearly an unimaginable compensation. He suddenly regretted it. Previously, Lin Ling had asked him to scram, but he didn't. Now that he wanted to scram, it was obviously too late. Moreover, the idea of military expenditure was too shameless, because even if he didn't make a move, Lin Ling's army would still come. Therefore, he was basically giving money away, and this was also an unexpected calamity. What? If you think it's too little, then make it 80,000. I don't like to ask for too much. Lin Ling said again. 50,000 it is. 80,000 it is. I don't want it. I can't afford it even if you buy my old bones. Luo Yunquan hurriedly waved his hand and said, however, I only have 10,000 divine crystals on me now. Can I write an IOU for the remaining 40,000? Sure. But you'll have to collect interest. If you don't pay, you'll have to pay an additional 1,000 divine crystals every month. Lin Ling nodded his head and said with an open mind. Of course, Luo Yunquan didn't think this was leniency. He even thought that Lin Ling was asking for too much. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he could only brace himself and be slaughtered. After that, he hurriedly asked the others to gather the money and swear a blood oath. When a jade slip fell into Lin Ling's hand, he was surprised. With his current knowledge and strength, he naturally didn't know what a blood oath was. A blood oath was an oath made with one's body and boundary essence. If the oath wasn't completed, then a heart demon would be left behind on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it would appear in the boundary essence, making it difficult for the cultivator to take another step forward. This thing can count, right? Lin Ling said as he waved the jade slip. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others to nearly vomit blood. They owed a huge debt, yet this youth still doubted them. It's fine. You can tell them to scram. Great Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. His words caused Lin Ling to feel relieved. Thank you lords for not killing us. Luo Yunquan and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They wished they could immediately fly away. Now, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Even when they stepped onto the path of martial god, the crisp sound of slapping rang out. They were slapping their own faces and cursing, idiots. After Lin Ling put away the jade slip, he coldly looked down at his feet. Young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted fiercely as he immediately shouted, Lord Lin Ling, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. I swear that I will never step into this world. Even Luo Yunquan and the others had been extorted. Young Master Thousand Faces didn't dare to be arrogant. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate, an extremely hard iron plate. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was extremely calm during the battle with him. It turned out that no matter the outcome of the battle, he couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. You've disappointed me. I thought you were a character, but in the end, you're just a piece of trash. Lin Ling shook his head. If young Master Thousand Faces didn't beg for mercy, Lin Ling would have praised him. Unfortunately, young Master Thousand Faces had directly begged for mercy. This made him extremely despise him. I'm just a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lord Lin Ling, I shouldn't have come to your territory. If you want to kill the Sun God Monarch and the others, go ahead and kill them. I beg you, let me go. I swear that I will never step into this place. Young Master Thousand Faces begged for mercy again. Although this was extremely embarrassing. His life was obviously more important. In the distance, the Sun God Monarch and the others knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with confusion and dejection. The existence they looked up to had betrayed them. Once an oath is made, it can never be violated. According to this, you will fulfill your promise, and I do intend to let you go. Lin Ling looked down at the head on the ground, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to light up. But in the next moment, Lin Ling raised his sword. Unfortunately, you cut off my grandfather's arm. This enmity must be avenged. The sword, accompanied by Lin Ling's cold voice, ruthlessly stabbed down, piercing through young Master Thousand Faces' head. When one's reverse scale was touched, even begging for mercy was useless. As for young Master Thousand Faces, his eyes were wide open in death. If he had known that he would destroy his 8 avatars or even die here, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. He's dead. It's all over. When everyone saw young Master Thousand Faces die, they immediately became excited. The battle of creation was finally over. The master of this world had also appeared. It was their lord, Lin Ling. Pa! At this moment, Lin Ling strode towards the Sun God Monarch and the others. The Sun God Monarch and the others couldn't summon any desire to fight. Not to mention whether they could defeat Lin Ling. Even if they could, would they be able to escape that terrifying army? They suddenly remembered that Lin Ling hadn't disappeared during this period of time. He hadn't escaped, but had gone to the martial god world to raise his strength and raise his terrifying forces. Why hadn't they thought of this? Lin Ling, this enemy, had always acted in an unconventional manner. How could he wait to be captured? Chapter 22:44. All memories returned. It's time to pay the debt you owe me. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised his sword. The Sun God Monarch and the others smiled bitterly, their hearts dead. It seems like you have nothing to say. Then pay up. Lin Ling slashed out and cut the 2 ghost emperors in half. Endless light enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was the stone statue fragments left behind by Li Xiaoyao. This change made Commander Huang Qi's eyes flash. He sensed that there was something he couldn't see through in the light. This Lin Ling was not simple. The golden light condensed between Lin Ling's eyebrows. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Sun God Monarch. In the past, you ancient giants joined forces to plot against me. Did you think that I would kill everyone who plotted against me? I didn't. The Sun God Monarch shook his head. The past was like the wind. If he knew that Lin Ling's revenge was so terrifying, he would never have participated in that plan. Now, everyone who participated in the plan was dead. He was the last one. Lin Ling, this avenging angel, was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling nodded. Without further ado, he slashed out with his sword. Puff! The Sun God Monarch's head flew up and blood spurted out. The Sun God Nation's martial artists all had ashen faces. Their god monarch had fallen. Moreover, he was beheaded in front of countless eyes. Most importantly, they couldn't resist and could only watch as their god monarch was killed. At the same time, a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It was like a golden cocoon that wrapped Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's heart, countless memories and martial arts finally returned. They were all his experiences in the martial god world. Where did this guy come from? Why is he emitting such an aura? Even I can't see through it. Commander Huang Qi stared at Lin Ling in surprise, but he didn't ask. The martial god world was vast and boundless. Every martial artist had their own story. This was someone else's secret, so he naturally wouldn't ask. You guys stay here. The army is retreating. Commander Huang Qi said again. He could tell that Lin Ling's comprehension this time would most likely take some time. Of course, before he left, he said, if Commander Lin Ling wakes up, tell him to return to the martial gods' barracks immediately. The gods' list is waiting for him. Yes. The scouts replied one after another. Sir, where are these people? One of them pointed at the warriors of the Sun God Nation and asked. Kill him. Commander Huang Qi had already left with large strides, leaving behind a cold sentence. He had no interest in knowing the origins of these people, but he knew that these people seemed to be enemies with Lin Ling. Moreover, these mere martial artists from the Northern Territory dared to provoke the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. This was no different than seeking death. No, Your Excellency, spare my life. Hearing the death sentence, the warriors of the Sun Divine Nation all knelt down and begged for mercy. This was not the scene they had imagined. Young Master Thousand Face should have dominated this world, and then all the ants would be killed or enslaved. From then on, they would be the real God clan. However, the drastic change did not play out as they had imagined. Instead, they were going to die. From now on, this branch of the Grand Court Commandery would be annihilated. Unfortunately, they did not know that heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like dogs. The strong did not need to frown at killing ants. Kill. The scout army rushed toward the warriors, and the next scene was a massacre. In fact, this kind of massacre was not uncommon in the myriad worlds and the martial god world. Not to mention the distant ones, just take the battle of the 9 great commanderies of the Great Prairie, where even more people died. How terrifying! Ancestor Tai Yen, Lord Shui Wu, and the others looked at the scene in horror. The aura of the scout army was too iron-blooded, and they could not bear it. Fortunately, this cold-blooded army seemed to listen to Lin Ling's orders. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape this calamity. The massacre only took an hour to end. Blazing flames rose from the Sun Divine Nation, and within the flames, the corpses were burning. One of the scout commanders walked toward Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, and said, "You are friends of Lord Lin Ling, right? This matter is over. You can deal with the matters of this world. After Lord Lin Ling wakes up, he still has important matters to attend to." After saying that, the scout commander bowed to Ancestor Tai Yen and the others. "Okay." Ancestor Tai Yen and the others replied with some fear. The army then left in a grandiose manner. Looking at the sky that was gradually calming down, everyone sighed. This battle of creation was indeed exciting. From now on, there would be no more battles in this world. Lin Ling had become the realm lord. Let's go back. After Ling wakes up, he will come find us. As for the matters of this world, we will deal with them ourselves. Ancestor Tai Yen looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded excitedly and left with great momentum. Smoke billowed in the godly nation, but from now on, there was only one nation left, the immortal divine nation. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be walking in the void. He saw the story of a man wandering in the martial god world. Moreover, there was an ancient and vicissitude voice that rose in his heart. Long and high, the beginning of the primordial chaos. Heaven's extremity builds, earth's harmony spreads. 5 elements fortune, receiving talisman. This voice was so ancient that it was difficult to understand its meaning. However, Lin Ling was even more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. This was the martial god world's evaluation of Li Xiaoyao. However, not many people knew Li Xiaoyao, but when it came to ghost geniuses, many people had heard of them. This was because Li Xiaoyao was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the martial god world in recent years. His rise was short, but his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, he had reached the level of a monster in every major domain. This made many old monsters in the martial god world curious about how a ghost genius could rise so quickly. Unfortunately, no one knew this secret. Now, after Lin Ling saw Li Xiaoyao's memories in the martial god world, he naturally understood. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This was a mysterious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had obtained by luck in a secret realm. With this cultivation technique, Li Xiaoyao had risen like a comet. And this cultivation technique was for the cultivation of the supreme chaotic body. This talent seemed to be the strongest talent in the martial god world. The prerequisite for cultivating it was to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. In the past, after Li Xiaoyao had obtained the primal chaos divine formula, he had immediately cultivated according to the direction of the cultivation technique. Therefore, he had seized the god-eye demonic eyes from various experts and used it to increase his soul power. Moreover, the resources and time required to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit were too much. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao had seized the spacetime divine steel. The spacetime divine steel was one of the 9 great divine steels in the 9 prefectures. It was extraordinarily powerful and could freeze the time of a world. Its offensive power was extremely terrifying. However, it required one to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit to activate it. With the god demonic eyes in his left eye and the spacetime divine steel in his right eye, Li Xiaoyao's cultivation path was obviously not that troublesome. He only needed to continuously increase his physical strength and talent. Chapter 22:45. Li Xiaoyao's memories. However, when Li Xiaoyao first rose to fame, he met a pair of siblings. At that time, Li Xiaoyao had just finished a battle with his enemy. Although he killed his enemy, he was also bitten by the enemy's strength before he died. At that time, he was seriously injured. He fell by a small river outside of a quiet valley. That valley was very beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, isolated from the outside world. There were 3 people living in the valley, an old man, and a pair of siblings. The sister saw the heavily injured Li Xiaoyao by the river. She called her brother and brought Li Xiaoyao back and took good care of him. The 3 of them were very simple and kind, which warmed the cold-blooded Li Xiaoyao's heart. Perhaps because he had fought too many battles, he cherished these peaceful days. As time went by, Li Xiaoyao's strength gradually recovered. However, one day, the brother went out hunting and was seriously injured, almost dying. Luckily, Li Xiaoyao's strength recovered a little and he was able to save him. Li Xiaoyao saw that the 3 of them had no strength, so he taught them martial arts in order to repay their kindness. Moreover, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, the simple girl was also attracted by Li Xiaoyao's beauty and secretly revealed her love for him. As for Li Xiaoyao, he also liked this innocent girl very much. Therefore, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, he gradually revealed some of the cultivation methods of the chaos formula. As a result, the strength of the 4 people in the valley greatly increased and they were no longer afraid of the attacks of wild beasts. Until one day, when an outsider passed by and saw the 4 people in the valley, he was immediately shocked by their talents and greedily wanted to steal them. At that time, Li Xiaoyao did not make a move. Instead, the other 3 people made a move. At that time, they realized how powerful they were. The feeling of being in control, the feeling of having the enemy begging for mercy, the feeling of being above others, was undoubtedly the first time the 3 of them experienced it. They gradually fell in love with this feeling. They suggested to leave the valley. Although Li Xiaoyao felt that it was inappropriate, he still owed them a life, so he agreed to it. The 4 of them were like dragons flying in the sky. After they were born, they crazily swept through the 9 prefectures. They became the most dazzling stars. They were also worshipped by millions of people. Unfortunately, at that time, a seed had sprouted in their hearts. They were too familiar with Li Xiaoyao and knew everything about him. However, they only knew the beginning of the primal chaos godly formula. They were unwilling to accept this and thought that Li Xiaoyao was too selfish. After all, everyone had gone through trials and tribulations together. Why would Li Xiaoyao hide the chaos formula? The seed of greed gradually sprouted in their hearts. Even though the 3 of them were already famous in the 9 provinces, they were still unwilling to resign themselves to their fate. However, on the surface, their relationship with Li Xiaoyao was still the same as before. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao was the same as Lin Ling. He had the same weakness, which was that he was too sentimental. Becoming a friend was like being treated in heaven. Becoming an enemy was like falling into hell. The days passed just like that. One day, Li Xiaoyao cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. This was an extremely terrifying heart of gods. With a single beat, it could cause an entire world to collapse. Furthermore, his strength had reached the level where he could break through 10,000 realms with a flick of his finger. This was the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Seeing this, the three of them congratulated Lin Ling. However, the flames in their hearts also began to stir. Especially the man named Tianwen-gu. He sighed and said, "Father, sister, Li Xiaoyao has cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. His future will be bright. As for us, we can only slowly be abandoned by him. Sigh, we are just ordinary people who were born in the martial god realm. We lived in a valley that was isolated from the rest of the world. In fact, we were able to practice martial arts and grow quickly because of Li Xiaoyao." The older Tian Yanlin said. "Indeed, if it weren't for Li Xiaoyao, they would still be in the valley. We are indebted to him." Tianwen-gu's expression softened when he heard this. "However, we also saved him." However, Tian Liuli, who had become more and more like a goddess as she became stronger, suddenly laughed. She seemed to have said it casually, but it made the suppressed thoughts of the two become active again. "Father, didn't you want to find the main family? Didn't you want to return to your hometown with glory? If our strength increases by another 10%, we can return to the main family. You should know that the overall strength of the tribe is not weak since they can live in the martial god realm. If we return to the main family like ordinary people, we will only be laughed at." Tianwen-gu said with a frown. Tian Yanlin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't want to find the people of his hometown in such a miserable state. If it weren't for us, Li Xiaoyao would have died. Although he brought us to this world and showed us the benefits of strength, he is too selfish. Since he brought us out, he should have trained us with all his might. For example, he obtained the primordial sovereign's heart. Why didn't he find the heart of gods for us? Tian Liuli suddenly said, "He only thinks about himself." Yes, he risked his life to obtain the primordial sovereign's heart. However, he should have found 3 for us. Tianwen-gu agreed wholeheartedly. Although he gave us a large amount of cultivation resources and taught us many martial arts, he didn't tell us about the most important primal chaos divine formula. He was wary of us. Alas, people are selfish. We treated him like family, but his actions chilled our hearts. Tian Liuli said again. She looked pure, but her eyes were filled with a fiery light that was unwilling to be inferior to others. The chaos divine skill belongs to him. He has no obligation to let us know about it. Tian Yanlin couldn't bear it. So, he hid it from us. "Father, you are too kind. We don't want to harm others, but we can't let our guard down," Tianwen-gu advised. "Indeed, we can't let our guard down." Li Xiaoyao grew up alone in the martial god realm and reached his current height. His hands are stained with blood. He is not a good person. Tian Yanlin was finally convinced. "Why don't we ask him for the chaos divine skill?" Tian Liuli suddenly smiled and said. Her eyes were burning with anger. Hearing this, the two of them fell silent. Tianwen-gu frowned and said, "Given his stingy character, he won't tell us. Since the soft approach doesn't work, we have to do it the hard way." Tian Liuli was still smiling, but her smile was cold. "Liuli, don't act recklessly." Hearing this, Tian Yanlin's face changed. "Don't worry, we are not killing him. We are just protecting ourselves. If he is sincere to us, he will definitely tell us. If he is still selfish, we will force him to do it. I know that he is cultivating the heavenly silkworm godly thunder during this period of time. At that time, he will be at his weakest." Tian Liuli said as she played with the hair beside her ear. "Is his talent going to improve again? What a freak." Chapter 2246. A vile move. "Yeah, he told me a while ago." Tian Liuli nodded. "It's true that he's at his weakest when his talent increases. However, he usually won't tell anyone about it. Since he told you about it, it means that he trusts you a lot. Tian Yanlin's eyes lit up. He's just lusting after my beauty. Tian Liuli shook her head. Let's not talk about anything else. This is an opportunity. The other two looked at each other and nodded. Time passed quietly. Li Xiaoyao didn't know that the person beside him had already reached out his evil hand. He continued to head out occasionally to search for cultivation resources, and he would cultivate upon his return. Moreover, he would give some cultivation resources to Tian Liuli and the others. Of course, his natural talent was about to improve, so he needed even more resources. This caused the amount of resources he gave to them to decrease greatly. This made the three of them even more dissatisfied. They thought Li Xiaoyao was too selfish and stingy. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao was too good to them, so they formed the habit of helping him whenever he wanted. They didn't expect that it wasn't easy for Li Xiaoyao to get those cultivation resources, but they didn't do anything. They didn't go out to look for them, nor did they help Li Xiaoyao. They just sat there and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. On this day, Li Xiaoyao sensed that a breakthrough in his talent was imminent. His primal chaos divine formula was a triple cultivation of essence, qi, and soul. Not long ago, his physical body had improved. Now that his talent had improved, as long as his soul force also improved, he would be able to step into a new realm, entering the next stage of the primal chaos divine formula. Originally, he wanted to tell Tian Liuli and the other two. However, he didn't say it in the end. Although he treated Tian Liuli and the others as his family and friends, sometimes jealousy would make people think differently. For example, greed and so on. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Xiaoyao left by himself and found a place to practice thunder in reverse, preparing to break through. The reverse lightning training land was one of the secret realms in the martial god world. The lightning here did not originate from the sky, but from the earth. With the help of this secret territory, Li Xiaoyao's talent was also increasing crazily. His talent just so happened to be the thunder element. However, at the most critical moment, the most terrifying thunder heart condensed in the core of the earth and blasted towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had no choice but to treat the final tribulation with all his heart. But at that moment, a glazed light came and attacked the thunder heart. The thunder heart went crazy, as if it was enraged. Finally, it wrapped around Li Xiaoyao and kept raging. Li Xiaoyao was immediately seriously injured, but fortunately, his talent had been successfully improved. Who is it? Li Xiaoyao, who was seriously injured, opened his cold eyes and said. He had delicate features, and if not for the murderous intent in his eyes, the light in his eyes would be extremely pure. At the same time, three figures finally appeared and floated around Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao's face turned pale as he said in disbelief, "It's you guys. You are indeed selfish. You knew that you were about to break through, so you didn't tell us." The people who appeared were Tian Liuli and the others. Tianwen Valley frowned at Li Xiaoyao and said, "We treated you like a friend, but why did you hide it from us?" "Hide it from you?" Li Xiaoyao's long hair fluttered in the wind. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. "This is my path of cultivation. Why should I tell you? And because I didn't tell you, I hid it from you." It was as if something in his heart had been broken. It was trust. "And that's why you attacked me. Tian Liuli, you too?" Li Xiaoyao looked at the girl in white and asked. The girl said calmly, "You don't have to explain. My trust in you has also disappeared. A person's trust is priceless. Once it is lost, it will never come back." Boom! Hearing that, Li Xiaoyao's heart roared. Even though there was lightning raging around him, he was still undecided. Because the lightning was not as hurtful as that sentence. Even Tian Liuli did not believe him. In the past, in the quiet valley, the girl was very pure and kind. When she saw that her life was in danger, she immediately cried and called for her brother to save her and bring her back to the valley. Then, she took good care of her and did not ask for anything in return. At that time, Li Xiaoyao was also moved by this pure girl. Because the girl was like the blue sky, and also like the gentle breeze under the night sky. Everything was so comfortable. The girl even said that one day, it would be great if time could be frozen at that moment forever. This sentence was very pure. Perhaps the girl wanted to leave behind a beautiful memory forever. Unfortunately, the world was heartless. What beautiful memory could be left behind forever? No matter how beautiful something was, it could not endure time. In the end, it would still die of old age. Therefore, at that time, Li Xiaoyao was once again moved by the girl's pure words. However, after leaving the valley, everything changed. The world of martial artists was a huge dye-vat. Even a clean white cloth would quietly change color, causing people to gradually lose their principles. In fact, even if I told you about this breakthrough, you would still come. Li Xiaoyao said with a heart like dead ashes. The only flaw in his life was that he valued relationships. This caused him to trust these people too much. However, his words were like a ruthless slap that landed on their faces, making them unable to refute. Indeed, even if Li Xiaoyao told them everything, would they not come? Impossible. They were already moved. Therefore, no matter what Li Xiaoyao did, they would still come. The reason why they said that Li Xiaoyao did not trust them was just to find an excuse to comfort themselves. However, among the three of them, Tian Liuli was the fastest to regain her composure. She said calmly, "Brother Xiaoyao, tell us about the chaos divine formula. You have always been moved by that cultivation technique and thought that I was selfish to not tell you. Then I will tell you now. After this cultivation technique reaches the 5th level, only one person can know about it. If another person knows about it, the other person will definitely die. This cultivation technique can only be practiced by one person in Huanyu." Li Xiaoyao smiled, but it was a painful smile. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to die." Hearing this, the three of them trembled. So this was the case. Li Xiaoyao was protecting them. This. Tian Yanlin frowned. He felt that Li Xiaoyao was sincere to them and treated them as true friends. Since things have come to this, let's just follow the plan. However, Tian Liuli was still calm. At the same time, she waved her right hand. A large number of sharp nails shot out from the belt on Li Xiaoyao's waist and pierced through his body. This belt was given to Li Xiaoyao by Tian Liuli. However, Li Xiaoyao had never expected that such a vicious method was hidden in the belt. If it were any other time, Li Xiaoyao would not be afraid. However, his breakthrough was interrupted by the three of them, causing him to be seriously injured. Therefore, it was difficult for him to resist at this moment. Puff! 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 Sharp nether water nail. Li Xiaoyao's face became colder and colder as he looked up at the three of them. Chapter 2247. The Seeds of Revenge. That's why you used what I taught you to frame me. Li Xiaoyao laughed at himself, but his words did not move Tian Liuli at all. Her expression was still calm. Cut the crap. Heavenly Fantasy Present Flame Rope. Tian Wengu's face was ferocious. He made a complicated seal with his hands, forming a 5-star enchantment that enveloped Li Xiaoyao. This was another martial art taught by Li Xiaoyao. Then, Tian Wengu rushed towards Li Xiaoyao and stretched out his right hand, Cold Moon Demon Claw. Realm essence erupted, reaching the power of 10,000 realms. Whoosh! Blood gushed out. Li Xiaoyao's chest was hit by the claw, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have no strength to fight back. Your primeval paragon heart is mine. His claws dug in and a black heart was pulled out by the Tianwen Valley. Pain. Incomparable pain. However, compared to the pain in his body, Li Xiaoyao's heart hurt even more. Tianwen Valley was a straightforward brother. When Li Xiaoyao was injured previously, he needed to replenish his nutrients. It was Tianwen Valley who risked their lives to go out of the valley to kill the desolate beast. Eventually, they returned with the desolate beast's flesh and blood. Li Xiaoyao was extremely touched. However, today, the one who became the prey was Li Xiaoyao. This is yours. Li Xiaoyao roared. He had repaid the debt of saving his life in the past. Brother Xiaoyao, I heard that your innate skill has been successfully upgraded. Then, you belong to my Tian Luli. The heavenly glaze made her move too. The glaze light of the glaze realm appeared and encapsulated Li Xiaoyao's figure, forcibly extracting the talent from his flesh. This is yours. Li Xiaoyao yelled again. His eyes were bleeding. His newly advanced innate talent, Heavenly Silkworm God Break Thunder, had also been seized. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Tian Liuli said with a calm expression. Li Xiaoyao, your body and talent have been taken away. Don't waste your soul force. Leave it to me. Tian Yanlin sighed softly. Although he couldn't bear to do anything, he had already been exposed. So, he had to continue. Thank you for bringing us out of the valley and letting us know how colorful the outside world is. However, as a person, we should end. You won't leave us alone. The Sky Yanlin used a secret technique and grabbed at Li Xiaoyao's head. The first stage of the blood crow dance of the dragon, defying the heavens and changing one's fate. This was another martial art that Li Xiaoyao's Tian. All of a sudden, Li Xiaoyao's soul power surged toward the Sky Yanlin like a tidal wave. Li Xiaoyao relied on himself to get to where he was today, step by step. But now, everything was taken away from him. However, Li Xiaoyao did not make any sound. He only looked at the three of them emotionlessly. In the end, after the three of them obtained what they wanted, they all started to laugh. Tianwen Gu said, Li Xiaoyao, you once told us to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Now that our friendship is broken, don't blame us. Tianwen Tian was transin. Brother, let him go. We're not Li Xiaoyao. We're not as heartless as him. However, Tian Liuli stopped him. Sigh, you are too kind. Tianwen Gu sighed. He looked at Li Xiaoyao and said, my sister is pure and kind. Since she spared your life, you can live on. Scram. The three of them immediately left the valley. Li Xiaoyao lay on the ground, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on him. His body was very cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His heart was also very cold, as if it had been frozen. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. He was the idol of millions of girls in the martial god community. Millions of geniuses looked up to him. Now, he had become a cripple. He raised his head. His eyes were burning with passion. He supported his broken bones and crawled out of the lightning refinement ground. Every movement was extremely difficult. However, his willpower and fighting spirit were supporting him. He still had a chance to make a comeback because he had hidden his left and right eyes. He still had the Chaos Divine formula. At this moment, three figures were standing in the sky. They were Tian Liuli and the other two. Liuli, why did you let him go? Yes. I wanted to see if he was hiding any secrets. If he did, he would have revealed them when he was in danger. Yes. I see. Yes. The Tianwen Valley nodded. They wanted to squeeze Li Xiaoyao out of him. However, what happened next disappointed them. Li Xiaoyao crawled out of the lightning refinement ground like a cripple. He relied on his willpower, not any other means. Does he really have no secrets? Tian Liuli asked calmly. Tian Liuli said calmly. At this moment, she was like a goddess, like an empress looking at the common people. Soon after, she said indifferently, spread the news that ghost genius Li Xiaoyao has become a cripple. Yes. The other two were stunned. They did not expect Tian Liuli to be so ruthless. Li Xiaoyao had become famous in the martial god community. He had offended many people. After the news spread, the situation that Li Xiaoyao would face was imaginable. Tian Liuli shook her head and said, I don't like people lying to me. So, if he meets an enemy and doesn't hide any treasures, it means that he didn't lie to me. I will forgive him. After saying that, the three of them left and secretly observed Li Xiaoyao. In the following days, Li Xiaoyao was like a cripple. Everyone who had been defeated by him came to humiliate him. Hey, isn't this the ghost genius who rose like a comet? Why is he so down and out? Kill him. Wait, a cripple. Killing him would be too easy for him. I want to humiliate him slowly. Enemies appeared one after another. They mocked and ridiculed Li Xiaoyao, giving him a heavy blow. As for Tian Liuli and the other two, they were still observing from the shadows. When they saw the once proud and arrogant genius being humiliated beyond recognition, they knew that Li Xiaoyao was indeed not hiding any secrets. Let's go. From now on, he has nothing to do with us. I won't care about his selfishness because he didn't lie to me. Tian Liuli shook her head. Like a goddess, she flew across the sky and disappeared. Li Xiaoyao was still down and out. During this period of time, he had seen the fickleness of human nature. Those who had admired him in the past mocked him one by one. Those who had been defeated by him in the past all humiliated him one by one. Of course, there were also some young girls who still admired him. They risked their lives to protect Li Xiaoyao, but they died for him. Li Xiaoyao witnessed all this with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was broken. He came from the North Territory and relied on himself to dominate the world. But he didn't expect to end up like this. He had encountered too many storms in his life. He had overcome all of them. But in the end, he was betrayed by his own people. Most importantly, he knew that after those who humiliated him got tired of him, what awaited him was death. And this was the fate of an ant. However, before he died, he left the secret he had been hiding in the North Territory. He divided it into 3 stone statues. He left behind the seeds of revenge. He was going to make a comeback. Those who had swallowed my bones and drank my blood will suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 22:48. Increase in strength boom. With the return of all his memories, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, and his fists were clenched and unclenched. In the end, he stood up. Tian Liuli, I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames of vengeance continued to burn in his heart. In the past, those who devoured my bones and drank my blood will live a life worse than death. However, he quickly calmed down. Revenge obviously needed time. Moreover, after so many years, Tian Liuli and the others must have become much stronger. Perhaps they were already standing at the pinnacle of the martial god realm. Therefore, there was no need to rush. Fortunately, he'd obtained the Chaos Divine technique and possessed his left eye. So, he only had to seize the Spacetime Divine Steel from his right eye. Triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. My soul force has already reached the standard, but my physical strength is still lacking. My talent is also the weakest, so all of these must be improved. Once my essence, energy, and spirit are balanced, I will step into the first stage of the primal chaos divine formula. After that, Lin Ling used all the divinity crystals he had extorted to cultivate. Rumble. The awakening of his memories this time allowed Lin Ling's breakthrough to come naturally. 8th level Martial Emperor. The laws had reached 60 million, and Lin Ling was using them all to convert into boundary essence. His dimensional essence had also reached 40%. If he borrowed the Xian sword record, he would be able to increase his boundary essence by another 20%, giving him a total of 60% boundary essence. Especially the second level of the Black Sword record, Dragon's Finishing Touch. This was an extremely powerful move of the sword world. Its speed was very fast, and it was said that one slash of the sword could instantly pass through a world. At the same time, Lin Ling's God Devil physique has reached the 10th grade Immortal physique. His strength has reached 1000 U. However, due to his limited talent, he had reached his limit. Unless Lin Ling found a way to increase the talent of his physical body. As for the fire elemental talent, that was a bit of a headache. Currently, he only had the Yellow Springs Flame, which was not very powerful in the martial god realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the martial emperor realm required him to convert his boundary essence. Thus, he would convert his boundary essence first. In this battle with young Master Thousand Faces, cracks have appeared on the Tyrant Song sword. Lin Ling stood up and frowned at the ancient sword in his hand. The tyrannical Song sword's level was too low, and it needed to be improved. Alas, the cultivation of the primal chaos divine formula is indeed troublesome. I can't do anything without it. Right now, my godly devil body should have reached the standard, and so should my soul force. The only thing lacking is my fire element talent. The 10,000 god crystals I had before have all been used up. Lin Ling stepped forward, searching for more cultivation resources. "Milord, you're awake." In the distance, several scouts hastily bowed, causing Lin Ling to be slightly startled. Those scouts then repeated the words Grand Commander Huang Qi had said before he left. "Alright, I got it. You guys can go back now. I'll be back before the god ranking begins," Lin Ling said calmly. After the scouts left, he headed towards the rainforest's sacred land. Although he had already obtained all of Li Xiaoyao's memories, he actually thought that he was more like Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao could only be said to be a regret left in his previous life. Moreover, there were many such regrets in the martial god world. When he was in dire straits, those who had helped him and those who had trampled on him, he remembered all of these in his heart. I've converted 40% of my boundary origin and can erupt with 60% of my boundary origin. Even if I participate in the god ranking, I should have no opponents. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes, so he could comprehend boundary origin martial arts 1,000 times faster than others. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling is back. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest's sacred land, there was an uproar. Everyone ran out, and they were all extremely excited. Grandpa. When Lin Ling saw those familiar faces, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Li Xiaoyao was pitiful and was betrayed by his friends, at least Lin Ling was not that miserable. He still had a group of relatives and friends who were always concerned about him. Dad. Lin Yi immediately ran out from the crowd. He was almost as tall as Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still the same as when Lin Yi was young. He rubbed Lin Yi's head and said with a smile, "Not bad, your cultivation has improved very quickly. At this rate, you can step into the martial god world within 100 years, faster than your father." Hearing Lin Ling's praise, Lin Yi immediately laughed. "I have a set of Origin Blackbird book here. You can use it to cultivate. It's quite suitable for you." Lin Ling smiled and handed over a jade slip. "Thank you, Dad." Lin Yi immediately shouted excitedly. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. This little guy was still a child. After that, Lin Ling chatted with his relatives and friends. He also healed his grandfather's broken arm. With his current strength, this was not a difficult matter. It seems that Yu and Yu will take some time to come back. I'll leave 2 sets of cultivation techniques for them. When they come back, they can come to the martial god barracks to find me. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said to Ancestor Taiyan. He gently patted the old man's back and massaged him. Well, Ling, you're going back to the martial god barracks, right? Go ahead. When Yu and the others come back, I'll tell them. Ancestor Taiyan looked at Lin Ling kindly. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go out to fight again. He was used to this. After all, if Lin Ling had not gone out to fight, they would have been dead not long ago. Fortunately, Lin Ling could come back at any time, so they did not have to worry too much. Lin Ling immediately said goodbye and strode away. There was no need for him to deal with the rainforest's holy land. After breaking the void with a punch, Lin Ling entered the martial god path. When he appeared again, he was in front of the 2 mountains in the North Territory. The 2 seniors looked at Lin Ling and could not help but smile. You're back. As they spoke, they could not help but look at Lin Ling carefully. They realized that compared to the last time he left, Lin Ling seemed to have changed. He seemed to be more mysterious, and he did not seem to be at a loss about the martial god realm. It seems that something has happened to this guy. They all secretly guessed. Lin Ling bowed to the 2 seniors. However, this time, the 2 seniors did not seem as unfathomable as before. This was because Lin Ling was now the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, the genius of the martial god realm who had risen like a comet. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling immediately thanked the 2 seniors for their help last time. Then, he rushed to the martial god barracks. At this moment, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. The sound of drums shook the world. The battle of the divine list had begun. To put it bluntly, this was actually a time to train the soldiers. For example, in the previous mission, many soldiers did not display their strength. Now, they had a chance. If they could shine, they would have a chance to become a commander. As for the commander, they were also competing. Firstly, they could make the soldiers more convinced. Secondly, they could also get a lot of rewards. In fact, Lin Ling's purpose of participating in the divine list was also for the divine crystals. At this moment, the falling flower flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi, and Di Baimo also came out of seclusion, and their strength had greatly increased. Wu Qingzi, you actually converted 30% of your realm essence. When you just entered the martial god barracks, you only converted 20%. Chapter 2249. All the commanders after all, everyone knew how difficult it was to convert boundary essence. Wu Qingzi could convert 30% of it, which was amazing. Didn't you convert 30% of your boundary essence? I think you may have converted 40%. Wu Qingzi said lightly. His words made the soldiers around him in awe. These commanders could summon them, so their strength was not undeserved. Di Baimo is only so-so. See you on the divine list. All right. Falling flowers flowing water sword said with a faint smile. His smile was unfathomable. Obviously, his strength had improved a lot. Don't be arrogant. It is said that Lin Ling killed young Master Thousand Face. You should have heard of him. All right. At this moment, a chuckle was heard from the crowd. The chess boy, Tang Yue, and the others walked out. What? Young Master Thousand Face is a genius in tating commandery. All right. Di Baimo and the others' faces changed. They had heard of young Master Thousand Face. It was said that he was very powerful. Sir, it is not like that. Young Master Thousand Face has 8 doppelgangers, but they were defeated by Lin Ling one by one. If those doppelgangers were combined, Lin Ling would not be a match for him. Suddenly, a soldier said respectfully. Obviously, he had been to Lin Ling's world, so he knew what had happened. Mo and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that he defeated the doppelgangers one by one. If Lin Ling still won in a head-on clash with young Master Thousand Face, then there was no need for them to seek revenge in the battle for the god role. They could just admit defeat. With my current strength, I can defeat all of young Master Thousand Face's doppelgangers one by one. This means that Lin Ling is not stronger than me. Alright. However, Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. He should not be underestimated. Of course, I am confident that I can defeat him in the divine list. According to my guess, he has only converted 30% of his boundary essence. Alright. Lin Ling is the great commander, but if he loses to us, he will also lose all of his prestige. Alright. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Sword and the others secretly exclaimed. They were looking forward to the divine list and couldn't wait to start and display their dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, outside the martial god barracks, Lin Ling had also returned. Milord. Many people immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. At this time, a familiar voice came from the front. Lin Ling, you're back. It was Lu Qingfeng and the others. Lin Ling glanced around, and immediately realized that Lu Qingfeng and the other two had all increased their cultivation levels. These 3 people were Lin Ling's first friends in the martial god realm, so he immediately smiled. Could it be that you have reached rank 8 martial emperor realm? Lu Qingfeng and the other two quickly walked over and exclaimed. The 3 of them had all broken through. Other than Pan Liyun, Fairy Danran and Lu Qingfeng had reached rank 7 martial emperor realm. They had wanted to show off in front of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had reached rank 8 martial emperor realm. If they remembered correctly, when Lin Ling had just arrived at the martial god barracks, he was only a rank 4 martial emperor. Freak. I don't know how he cultivated. His cultivation speed is too fast. Right now, he has probably converted 30% of his boundary essence. If he could convert 30%, then he would be a monster. After all, his cultivation increased, and even his boundary essence was converted. This is not something that just anyone can do. They spoke as they walked. Lin Ling also heard their words. He shook his head. If it had been in the past, he would have been very satisfied, but now, he felt that he was still too weak. After all, Tian Liuli and the other 2 were already at the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling, I heard that Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others have also become much stronger. They have converted 30% of their boundary essence. They want to defeat you in the battle of the divine list and humiliate you, the scout commander. Lu Qingfeng said. Oh. Not bad. However, Lin Ling nodded slightly and did not look surprised. Fairy Danran and the others looked at each other in surprise. Lin Ling was too calm. Could it be that Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat them? With that thought, they felt relieved. Lin Ling was their superior, so they naturally did not want Lin Ling to be humiliated. You guys seem to be more nervous than me. Lin Ling looked at them strangely. Lu Qingfeng and the others nodded. In fact, they were indeed more nervous than Lin Ling. The few of them chatted as they walked towards the camp. Along the way, Lin Ling stared at Lu Qingfeng and said, Lu Qingfeng, during this period of time, you should focus on converting your boundary essence. Don't increase your cultivation base because the faster you increase your cultivation base, the harder it is to convert your boundary essence. The increase in cultivation level and boundary essence had to complement each other. Any increase in cultivation level would have a huge impact. However, those who cultivated could not comprehend it. They could only work hard. However, Lin Ling knew about it. Lu Qingfeng could not help but be surprised. He then nodded and said, "All right, we will do as you say." Instantly, Pan Luyun looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Pan Luyun with his left eye. He then said, "You should focus on increasing your laws. Your cultivation level is indeed stable, but you have too few laws." The laws were related to the strength of one's boundary essence. For example, if a rank 9 martial emperor only had 6,000 laws, it would be harder to convert boundary essence. So that's how it is. Pan Liyun nodded. No wonder he felt that converting boundary essence was difficult. Next, Lin Ling gave Fairy Danran some pointers. The three of them were shocked. Before Lin Ling left, he seemed to be slightly stronger than them. However, after returning, everything became mysterious. "Commander Lin Ling, how have you been?" At that moment, a smile was suddenly heard. A few people looked over from the group of people in armor. It was Luo Hua Lushui and the others. There was no doubt that their eyes were filled with battle intent. In the past, Lin Ling had taken away their #1 military merit. Then, they had lost to Lin Ling at the Martial God Lake. Therefore, they had been waiting to wash away their previous humiliation. He is Lord Lin Ling, the one who made the Martial God Battalion go crazy. The surrounding soldiers stared at Lin Ling. They had all heard of Lin Ling's name. However, Lin Ling was not moved. He looked calm. In fact, with his current strength, he did not care about Luo Hua Lushui and the others. However, his eyes were fixed on the people beside Luo Hua Lushui. Two of them had made him change his expression. Both of them were rank 8 martial emperors. However, Lin Ling's left eye noticed that both of them had converted 40% of their boundary essence. They were not weak. "Oh, you are the scout commander. You do look extraordinary." Almost at the same time, one of the people that Lin Ling was staring at said. He was wearing white armor and was about the same age as Lin Ling. He held a snuff bottle in his hand and sniffed happily. "Lin Ling, this is Commander Zhou Shi." Seeing Lin Ling's confusion, Fairy Danran immediately explained, "There are many types of soldiers in the Martial God Battalion. Scouts are one of them. There are also archers, siege soldiers, charioteers, cavalry, halberd soldiers, etc. The commanders of these types of soldiers have to participate in the divine list." Chapter 2250. Military Salute. That young man is called Ling Wulai. He is the strongest among the fleet commanders, who are in charge of the martial god spaceship. Danran Fairy seemed to know more than Lin Ling, scoundrel Ling. Lin Ling almost burst out laughing. What an artistic name. Their voices were so low that Ling Wulai did not hear them. He said slowly, "In this mission, all the geniuses from various realms have become commanders. However, someone has become a senior commander. There must be something fishy going on." Obviously, he was jealous of Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling was at the same realm as him. Jia Yuan might not be as strong as him. How could he become a senior commander? Among the scouts, only Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and defy can make me change my mind. They are the only ones who are worthy of being my opponents in the divine list arena. Ling Wulai said lazily. "Your Excellency is mighty." Many soldiers cheered. They were fleet commanders, so they naturally sided with their commanders. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not as strong as Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and defy. Ling Wulai had a pair of dog eyes. However, Su Mo did not bother to explain. In the military camp, strength was everything. "Let's meet on the divine list." Lin Ling's silence made Ling Wulai think that Lin Ling was guilty. Even falling flowers, flowing water, soared, and Mo thought so. However, Lin Ling was looking at another person. This person was more low-key. He was wearing gray armor and was resting with his eyes closed. However, when Lin Ling looked at him, the person opened his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's the cavalry commander. Many people noticed Lin Ling's gaze and their expressions changed. This was because they didn't notice the arrival of the army lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Even Ling Wulai and Mo did not know that the commander was behind them. The commander is the strongest of the cavalry commanders. It is said that he is from the Flying Dragon organization. Flying Dragon organization, that most mysterious assassin organization. Many people whispered to each other. They were both in awe and fear of the army monarch. Your commander Lin Ling. At this moment, the commander of the army lord said indifferently. That's me. Lin Ling replied calmly. That's right. I heard that you killed young Master Thousand Faces. Your strength is not bad. The Jun commander looked deeply at Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but he felt like he couldn't see through Lin Ling. It was as though if Lin Ling used all his trump cards, he could reach 50% of Jia Yuan's strength. Hearing this, the crowd's expression changed. The military monarch actually praised Lin Ling. Especially Ling Wulai and the others, they were all speechless and jealous. He only destroyed young Master Thousand Faces doppelgangers one by one. Young Master Thousand Faces doppelgangers only had 10% of Jia Yuan strength each. If it were us, we could do it too. Mo suddenly said. He wanted to remind the commander that Lin Ling was just a so-so. However, the commander of the army lords ignored him and continued to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at him and said, You're also very strong. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you can convert 60% of your Jia Yuan strength. Hearing this, the commander of the army lord's expression didn't change. However, deep in his eyes, he trembled violently. Lin Ling had seen through his strength. He felt as if all his secrets had been seen through by Lin Ling. Of course, this feeling soon disappeared. Lin Ling must have withdrawn his mysterious strength. The commander of the army lords secretly sighed and smiled. It seems that I have underestimated you. I hope that the divine list can fight with you. I am the army lord. Yes. I hope so too. I'm Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and replied. Sure enough, there is no general under a great name. The commander of the army lords nodded and said, If you have any trouble, just tell me. If I can help you, I won't hold back. Yes. He actually took the initiative to say that he would help Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Ling Wulai. They knew that the commander of the army lord's words were directed at him. Moreover, compared to Ling Wulai, the commander of the army lords had a stronger background. Thanks, but they're just some clowns. I can easily deal with them. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the commander of the army lords. The commander of the army lords had invited him to fight, but he had done so openly. He was much better than Commander Zhou Shi. I forgot that you're the great commander. I have to salute you when I meet you. The commander of the army lords said with a smile. He admired Lin Ling because he knew that many of the other commanders wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, Lin Ling was able to face him calmly. It was rare to see such courage. After he finished speaking, he immediately saluted Lin Ling and said, If you don't salute the great commander when you meet him, you're violating the military rules. If you're investigated, you might even be disqualified from participating in the divine list. Obviously, he was talking to Ling Wulai and the others. Instantly, their faces darkened. Since the commander of the army lords had saluted Ling Wulai, how could they not salute him? Greetings, great Commander Lin Ling. Ling Wulai and Luo Hua Shui's sword gritted their teeth and said. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't bother to say anything and left with Lu Qingfeng and the others. Ling Wulai and the others were infuriated by Ling Wulai's arrogance. They had saluted Ling Wulai personally, but Lin Ling didn't even fart. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't arrogant. He just didn't care about them. Interesting. The commander of the army lord sensed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to treat Ling Wulai and the others like children. He didn't even bother to retaliate. That was the demeanor of a great commander. Wow, even the commander of the army lords took the initiative to befriend you. I've heard that he's the most ruthless person in the world. Many of his soldiers were tortured. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Goddess Danran exclaimed after they left. They're just external objects. As long as I'm stronger, many things will come to me uninvited. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't care about those empty titles. His goal was to find Tian Liuli and the others. I finally know the difference between us. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. The soldiers were fighting for the position of commander, while the commanders were fighting for the position of great commander. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the commander's provocation. That meant that his ambition was higher than the sky. The commander of the army lords is the most mysterious among all the commanders. I heard that a great commander met him while fighting outside. Later, the great commander invited the army lords. The army lords asked if there were any opponents. If they were too weak, I wouldn't have the time to go. Later, the great commander made the army lords a commander. Goddess Danran said solemnly. This guy is too arrogant. Lu Qingfeng and the others gasped. This kind of person lives by martial arts. He cares about his opponents, not his reputation. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. He's the kind of martial artist who loses every battle, but fights again and again. Lin Ling was also surprised. He smiled and said, if he has no opponents, he's invincible. That makes it difficult for him to improve his strength. That's why he needs external objects to stimulate him. This kind of martial artist is a true martial god genius. Chapter 2251. Divine Leaderboard Training. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If we were to rank him, he would only belong to the second class, not the first. What? Danran and the others were confused. Because he needs external stimulation to get stronger. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, can find their own weaknesses and grow without external stimulation. That kind of martial artist is truly powerful. After all, it's easy to get familiar with your opponent, but it's hard to get familiar with yourself. Lin Ling emphasized each word. Danran and the others' hearts thundered. That was indeed the case. Second-tier geniuses needed to constantly challenge their opponents and learn where they were weak. Then, they'd be able to defeat their next opponent. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, didn't need to. They already knew where they were weak. Lin Ling should be a first-tier genius, right? Danran and the others looked at each other and smiled. In their hearts, Lin Ling seemed to know many things, not just about his enemies, but also about himself. Lin Ling didn't comment. He wasn't a genius. Li Xiaoyao was. He was only relying on his past life's experience. Dong dong dong. They chatted as they walked until they arrived at the divine leaderboard. An enormous mountain appeared before them. A famous flag was planted on the mountain, embroidered with 3 large words, Martial God's Camp. A large number of soldiers were lined up neatly around the mountain. Their armor was colorful. There were scouts, cavalry, archers, siege troops, and so on. Their auras were extremely condensed, and they stood there like gods. Moreover, the sound of the drums reverberated all around, making everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. When Lin Ling appeared at the scout camp, a large number of people also arrived. At a closer look, most of them were commanders. The divine leaderboard was a training ground for soldiers. If they performed well, they'd be qualified for promotion. The divine leaderboard begins. A majestic voice suddenly echoed in the air, sounding firm and unyielding. Only the last 10 proud soldiers will remain on the divine leaderboard. Those 10 will receive 50,000 divinity crystals, a number of mounts, and a promotion of half a rank. The voice continued to ring out. It was a reward. Lin Ling only cared about the divine crystals and ignored everything else. He was determined to get the 50,000 divine crystals. Therefore, he wanted to be one of the last 10 people. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. I know that many people want to participate in the divine list, but there are conditions. First, soldiers who have cultivated in the martial god barracks for 100 years are not allowed to participate. Immediately, many soldiers sighed regretfully. They were all veterans, so they were disqualified. Of course, if they wanted to become commanders, they still had a chance. They had to rely on their usual contributions. Those below the 6th level of the martial emperor realm are not allowed to participate. The rules were announced once again. Some of the soldiers who wanted to make up the numbers had bitter expressions on their faces. Lin Ling even heard one of the scouts behind him say gloomily, "Sigh. It seems like we can only use other opportunities to shine." Lin Ling was speechless. He was at the rank 6 martial emperor realm. He did not know how powerful the other party would be. Those who have not successfully converted 2 world elementals are not allowed to participate. The rules continued to be announced. Overall, Lin Ling was still qualified to participate. Finally, the voice said, "Soldiers who are participating, step forward." Bang! Immediately, the deafening sound of metal armor was heard. Even Lin Ling's expression changed when he saw the imposing manner of the armor. The soldiers' auras were filled with iron blood and killing intent. It was no wonder that many people in Qingzhou were afraid of the martial god barracks. Many of the soldiers who were participating did not have a position. Many of them were commanders. That is the falling flower flowing water sword. He is an extremely powerful commander among the scouts. It is said that he is the number 1 scout. Fairy Dan Yun is participating. She is the number 1 beauty among the archers. She is also a scout. I am so excited. When will I be able to participate in the training? The surrounding soldiers looked enviously at the people who had stepped forward. Lu Qingfeng, let's go. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingfeng and Fairy Dan ran. The two of them smiled. However, Pan Luyun did not participate because he was not confident enough. The 3 of them walked out slowly, attracting a lot of attention. However, some of the surrounding soldiers did not recognize Lin Ling. They immediately exclaimed, "Who is that? What a face!" After Lin Ling gained a foothold in the martial god barracks, he returned to the rainforest's sacred land. Therefore, many people did not recognize Lin Ling. After all, the martial god barracks had too many types of soldiers. It is the scout commander, Lord Lin Ling. Someone immediately exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. What? Even the commander can participate. Who can compete with him? He is a scout this year. He is not a veteran. He just made the number 1 contribution and became the commander. Amazing. I admire him. Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they all exclaimed at that moment. In fact, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. However, many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling had clearly become this year's celebrity. However, after the exclamation, someone suddenly asked, "Falling flowers and flowing water is the number 1 scout. What about Commander Lin Ling?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. In terms of rank, Lin Ling was undoubtedly higher, but in terms of strength? He is the commander of the martial god barracks. No matter how strong he is still the commander. Are you trash jealous? Someone said sarcastically. What nonsense are you spouting? The scouts immediately retaliated. Lin Ling was their commander, so they could not bear to see him being provoked. Those who spoke mean words were from other military units. Naturally, they did not care about Lin Ling's feelings. Lord Lin Ling is the scout commander. He can control all the scouts, but that doesn't mean he can control our siege troops. That's right. Moreover, as the commander, he can't just talk about it. Sigh, if Commander Lin Ling wants to make things difficult for us, we're willing to accept the punishment. But if Commander Lin Ling doesn't get eliminated in the Battle of the Divine List, we'll be fine. If not, we won't be able to swallow our pride. Many soldiers laughed. They had fought in life and death battles in the past, so they were straightforward and said whatever came to their minds. Bullshit. Commander Lin Ling is the king of scouts. He is definitely not weak. Many scouts immediately retorted. Lin Ling heard all the voices, but his expression did not change. He was unmoved. When a person is popular, there is a lot of trouble, especially in the barracks. Without strength, it is difficult to intimidate your subordinates. Brother Lin Ling can face it so calmly. In the distance, Commander Lin Ling and the others smiled. They were looking forward to it, but they were also afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. If that happened, it would be a slap to Lord Huangfu's face. After all, Lin Ling was the commander of Lord Huangfu's army. Dong dong dong. At this time, war drums sounded. An old man riding a flame qilin majestically appeared in the sky. I am the cavalry commander, and also the host of the first round of training. Remember, this is training, but outside, if you lose, you will lose your life. Chapter 22:52. Heaven shaking earth martial god canon, there are too many people, and there is no lack of people who are just here to make up the numbers. Therefore, more than half will be eliminated, and only 50 people will be left. Many people became nervous when they heard this. Currently, there were 1,000 people who had stepped forward, but only 50 would be left. It was very cruel. However, if they wanted to amaze everyone in the martial god barracks, cruelty was unavoidable. Everyone, follow me. Yes. The old man squeezed the qilin under him and led the army towards the mountain in the sky. When everyone landed, he said, a soldier must have the aura of a soldier. You must have a lofty and unyielding character that does not fear heaven and earth. If you don't have an aura, how can you be a soldier? Yes. Therefore, the first test is military aura. Many people became curious when they heard this. What was the test of training soldiers? Even Lin Ling was the same. He was looking forward to it. Lord Lin Ling, my respect for you is like a torrential river, like the overflowing heavenly river, unstoppable. At this time, a burly fatty beside him bowed to Lin Ling. He held 2 giant hammers, which seemed to be powerful immortal weapons. Siege soldiers. Lu Qingfeng was surprised. That's me. However, Lord Lin Ling, you won't be weaker than me in the first test, right? I'm looking forward to it. The fatty raised his head and said with a serious face. He seemed to be respectful to Lin Ling, but his words were full of mockery. Of course, this was normal. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the first round, then he would lose face as a grand commander. Lin Ling smiled and followed the fatty's gaze. He saw a young man looking at him from afar. It seemed that the fatty had received instructions from that young man, so he said that. That young man should be one of the commanders of the siege soldiers. The young man also noticed Lin Ling's gaze and smiled faintly. He had no grudges with Lin Ling, so he was not targeting Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was just like them, a new recruit. How could Lin Ling be a grand commander? Therefore, he wanted to watch Lin Ling put on a good show. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. He was too lazy to fight back against such a senseless action. Boom! Right at this moment, the mountain began to tremble. All around the sky, tens of thousands of horses galloped as the army of 10,000 realms charged over. This was a magnificent army. Moreover, there were experts riding monster kings from 12 directions, holding battle weapons and banners in their hands as they swept over. World King. These 12 powerhouses were actually world kings. Everyone present was at the martial emperor realm. Facing the suppression of a world king's aura, they were all startled like cicadas in winter. Moreover, no one knew if it was a real army or a fake one. A true soldier, even if there is only one person left, when facing the enemy's army of thousands, they will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. This is the power of the army. At the foot of the mountain, the Grand Commander said indifferently. The first test was undoubtedly to test one's military prowess. However, don't think that those were fake. In fact, those thousands of soldiers and horses were all real. It was just that they looked very close, but in reality, they were very far away. However, because they were real, their aura was extremely terrifying. Even the soldiers at the foot of the mountain looked as if they were facing a great enemy. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Commanders, they would have already panicked. When two armies fought, what was important was the morale of the army. If the morale of the army wasn't in chaos, then the army wouldn't be in chaos. And the so-called morale of the army was the commander of the army, the flag. Puff! At this time, on the mountain, a massive number of soldiers began to fall down, one after another. They were afraid. This was because this was too real. Even falling flowers and flowing water paled. With their experience, they naturally knew that this wasn't fake, but real. They didn't know when this army would reach them. As for Lin Ling, he was surprised at first, but he gradually recovered. He also knew that the army around him was real. However, as someone who had lived 2 lives, just how many storms had he experienced? And most importantly, the aura of a world king powerhouse was something that Li Xiaoyao had experienced many times in his past life. In fact, he had even killed many world king powerhouses. Thus, Lin Ling didn't fear them too much. Moreover, he discovered that his left eye allowed him to calm down. It was actually analyzing the probability of death, and the result was that there was a 100% chance of death. This was because although this army was real, it would take a very long time for them to reach the martial god battalion. Since this was the case, he was even less afraid. He looked to the side and discovered that Lu Qingfeng and the others were trembling. Outsiders can't help you with your aura. You can only rely on yourself. Lin Ling sighed. Time quietly passed. More and more people fell down, lying on the ground and shivering. Moreover, many people rushed down the mountain and were directly eliminated. The remaining people clenched their teeth and persevered. This was because they only needed to last until 50 people passed. The thousands of soldiers and horses still haven't arrived. Amidst the silence, Lin Ling's bored voice suddenly rang out. He even stretched his back lazily. The fat man beside him was trembling as he desperately tried to resist the aura. At this time, he heard Lin Ling's voice and immediately turned his head in horror. His fat face was filled with panic. The aura that he had been holding on to instantly collapsed. What did he see? He saw Lin Ling stretching his back. Moreover, after that, Lin Ling actually took out wine and drank it. Before, he had been provoking Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be eliminated faster than him. But now, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had surpassed him by several hundred streets. And this was the Grand Commander. Do you need help? Lin Ling also looked at him indifferently and walked over. Leave. The fat man's heart thundered. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Let alone leaving, it was difficult for them to even say a word. This Grand Commander Lin Ling was actually walking. Boom. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Coupled with the pressure from all around him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Before he fainted, he only had one thing in his mind. Freak. Although Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, he knew that Lin Ling was also a recruit. In fact, he was inferior to him. After all, he had been in the martial god barracks for more than 30 years. But now, a recruit had easily surpassed him. All these years of training in the martial god barracks had been for naught. Plop plop. More and more youths collapsed around them. Gradually, only 200 remained. Even Fairy Dan ran and the others had failed. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others clenched their teeth and held on, hoping that their opponents would be eliminated first. However, when they looked into the distance and saw Lin Ling drinking out of boredom, they almost vomited blood. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the army. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only curse inwardly. Perhaps because the remaining 200 youths had persevered, the army around them began to push out their cannons. Black cannon muzzles coldly aimed at them. These were heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons. A single cannon was equal to a single strike from a World King powerhouse. And there were countless cannons here. Moreover, light began to gather at the muzzles of the cannons. With just a single blast, everyone would be reduced to ashes. This was an attack that surpassed 100% world essence. It could be said that a single blast could destroy an entire world. Like this, the remaining 200 youths felt their teeth chatter. They were prisoners on their way to the execution grounds. Countless heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons would send them to hell. Chapter 2253. The Dignity of a Superior. That was because they had followed the army into battle and knew how terrifying this type of cannon was. A single cannon could wipe out millions and millions of people. Heavens, they're using the cannon to attack us. More people shouted in panic as they rushed out of the mountain. It was humiliating. The commanders at the foot of the mountain snickered. Every time there was an assessment, there would always be a disgrace. Now, there was one. I wonder how many people will remain in the end. I wonder who will be able to remain calm in front of the martial god cannon. One of the commanders was looking forward to the outcome. There were only 100 people left on the mountain. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others almost ran away, but when they saw that Lin Ling had not been eliminated, they refused to admit defeat. They looked at Lin Ling, who was still drinking calmly. However, he wasn't the only one who remained calm. The army commander was also standing tall, and there were two others who wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Especially the man and woman, who made Lin Ling's expression change. He didn't know which unit they belonged to, but they were indeed amazing. Lin Ling, not bad. You're not afraid of the martial god cannon. At this moment, the commander looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This caused the other two to look at Lin Ling as well. After all, they were still calm, but compared to Lin Ling who was drinking lazily, their poise was much worse. Actually, I don't know what the martial god cannon is. Lin Ling shook his head. He was telling the truth. He wasn't a veteran, so he really didn't know what the martial god cannon was. This. The army commander was stunned. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others almost vomited blood. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid. It turned out that the ignorant weren't afraid. They were too familiar with the martial god cannon, so the more they knew, the more afraid they were. Lin Ling's voice reached the foot of the mountain. Many soldiers and commanders widened their eyes. How could this be? Especially Commander Lin Ling. He smiled bitterly. Thinking about it carefully, it was true that Lin Ling didn't know what the martial god canon was. Lin Ling, you're taking advantage of the fact that the ignorant aren't afraid. You're despicable. Mo couldn't help but roar, because he was trembling. Lin Ling was drinking. Comparisons were odious. The martial god cannon is the weapon of the martial god battalion. One shot can destroy a world. Look, the martial god cannon is killing us. We're going to die. Falling flowing water said. Lin Ling. Boom. Everyone was silent. Even the commander's mouth was wide open. The martial god cannon was the symbol of the martial god battalion. It was only used against the enemy, not their own people. But now, the giant cannon was used against their own people. This was obviously against the rules. In fact, in reality, no one could use the martial god cannon to attack their own people. However, this was an assessment. Even if they couldn't, the commander would make the impossible possible in order to test the soldiers. However, Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god cannon. This meant that Lin Ling didn't indulge in the military assessment. He knew that it was just an assessment. Forget it, the rest of you pass. The old man riding the Qilin said with a dark face. Lin Ling had exposed the maze of the assessment. Even if the rest of the people were afraid, they would still fight to the death when they thought that the martial god cannon was just for show. As for the test, it was meaningless. This is the first strange situation in the military assessment. I thought the commander and the others were calm enough. However, Commander Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god cannon. He is even calmer. I don't think the commander should participate in this training. But Lin Ling is a new recruit. He hasn't even been in the martial god battalion for a year. The commander at the foot of the mountain said with his eyes wide open. They had nothing to say to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shook his head helplessly. As a Grand Commander, he treats training soldiers as child's play. In my opinion, it's fine if he doesn't want to be a Grand Commander. Comrades, what do you all think? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man in blue armor. It was Commander Qian Xian. Commander Huang Qi frowned. The man's words were provocative. He seemed to be targeting Lin Ling. However, his surname was Qian. Commander Huang Qi understood. That was because the surname of Tating Commandery was Qian. Commander Qian Xian was obviously from Tating Commandery. Moreover, young Master Qian Xian had been killed by Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling is surprising, Lin Ling is still a new recruit. It is rare for a new recruit to not be afraid of the martial god cannon and to be calm. Aren't we training soldiers to test the new recruits? Most importantly, the first round of assessment is to assess military strength. Lin Ling was able to reprimand the martial god cannon. Isn't that a sign of military strength? As a leader, he should have the dignity of a leader. Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. That's true. The general said that a leader shouldn't be too pedantic. He should be flexible. I agree with Commander Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling is a new recruit, he is still a commander. We have no right to reprimand him. The other commanders nodded. Commander Qian Xian smiled as if he didn't care. However, there was a cold light in his eyes. This time was an exception. A total of 100 people had passed the first round. Many people were excited and laughed. It's all thanks to Commander Lin Ling. If it weren't for him, we would have been eliminated. He is indeed a commander. He is like our leader. Some soldiers who had passed the first round were excited. Luo Huashui Jian and the others' faces darkened. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and wash away their previous humiliation. However, Lin Ling's reputation had increased greatly. This was not what they wanted to see. When Lin Ling walked down the mountain, many soldiers were cheering. Even the soldiers who were attacking the city admired Lin Ling. "You bastard." The commander of the army looked at Lin Ling speechlessly. Lin Ling was reprimanding the martial god Canon. Lin Ling's army was too ferocious. As for the man and woman in the distance, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. The man's eyes were like a venomous snake's, and his gaze was ready to devour someone. Lin Ling frowned when he noticed the man's gaze. He didn't provoke the man. However, he thought that the others would be jealous of him since he had become a commander. Lin Ling didn't care about them. Rest for 3 hours. The second round will begin in the afternoon. The elder riding on the Qilin shouted, and everyone immediately dispersed.